How we doing, folks? Good morning. Got our post-infinite stats here. Honestly, things looking pretty okay at a top-level overview, huh? Average cubes are pretty low across the board. Yeah, I was almost gonna comment something similar. Fun and fancy. Destroy performing well. Thanos deck is here, but not everything. Zabu lockdown. Let's take a look at some individual decks in terms of performance metrics. Sort to 200 average cubes. There's a few different things here at the top. I'm surprised this discard deck has such high average cubes for such a low win rate. People must just be staying in a lot, huh? There's honestly a lot of different stuff here. There's just skimming over the individual lists that have larger samples of 200 plus. It's destroyed. Thanos Blob is still putting up reasonable metrics. Bounce is good. There's a Clutter Galactus deck. Lockdown. High Evo Abomination. Discard. Alioth Destroy, that's one to keep in mind. Apart from Sentry and Hood, what's Annihilus used for? Annihilus is purely a Sentry Hood card, which is fine. It's part of a package. Just like Rock Slide and Korg see play with Darkhawk, Annihilus sees play with Sentry and Hood. Hey, look, that's our deck highlight from this morning. It's actually got one of the bigger samples here. Average cubes are trending down a little bit. This was 0.35 when I looked at it at 400-ish samples, but as more people get their hands on it and mess it up, it'll probably skew down a little bit more. Dazzler Thanos. Yeah, a lot of, and one of the things I expect a lot of people to do too is a lot of people that are saying, like I had someone, they're like, this deck's bad against Killmonger. Like one of the things I think most people are going to mess up with this deck is that Squirrel Girl is not a card that you're supposed to play on curve. I was feeling that I was getting from reading comments that people were messing up. Hey, look, there's a pile of Loki cards that has OK stats too. Yeah, I mean, there's honestly just a lot of everything in here. I think destroys easily the standout as far as what's going on in terms of most common, which is reflected in the meta overall report here at 7.3%, but just like skimming deck sorted by average cubes, there's a lot of solid stuff in there. It's a Darkhawk build. Oh, see, this is really interesting. Darkhawk category has terrible stats. But the most popular build has really solid stats. A couple of the more popular ones have solid stats. It's the only one with 100 plus games. What if we get to 50? Got a couple at 70. What's the difference between here and here? Is it Shadow King? Holy. Obviously, both of these samples are on the smaller side here. But I think bits like that are so interesting when you look at them, right? So, like, these... Actually, here's something fun you can do. So we can do this, and we can get rid of Shadow King. So this shows... Did you know that, by the way? You could paste a deck code in here, and it'll put all 12 cards from that deck code into here, and then you can, like, pull one out. So, like, these are these 11 cards. These are these 11 cards, but with this slot flexed. You can see it even highlights them here for us. So this build at 70% winner with high average cubes is Shadow King. This build has Spider Ham. This build has Killmonger. This build has Nebula. This build has Rogue. Oh, snap. So Shadow King definitely flexing as. Hey, BK Sting, thank you for the 3rd of the year. I really appreciate that. And a few other subs in there too. Sorry, I've been munching and looking at data. Lemons with a C, thank you for the 13 months. And Brickhouse Hamilton, thank you for the 11 months. Good morning, folks. This is one of those things where, like, the top level data here is, like, reasonable for a lot of things, but it really doesn't, like when I make a best decks video, like we're gonna have posted tomorrow once we get a little bit more data populated on the channel, it's not just a top-down list of me reading these, right? Like, those best decks videos are me looking at this page and then me drilling into the subcategories and looking at things and kind of summarizing, okay, this is what looks like actually going on. Like bounce here as well, right? Like the bounce category has awful stats in the category, but this was actually one of the top performing decks when we looked at things that had 200 plus sample sizes. Darkhawk isn't completely dead against Thanos Blob. I mean, Darkhawk was never completely dead against Thanos Blob. Like, if you look at all of these Darkhawk builds, there's a reason why they are all playing. There's a reason why they're all playing Leech, right? Like, if we look at the Darkhawk archetype as a category, we look at ones that are a little bit higher up. Like, there's a reason why Leech is the staple now. I don't think we know if the nerf to Blob was enough to nerf his omnipresence. We'll see. I think looking at the data from just 24 hours after is, like, not necessarily ideal. We'll get an early look at... I expect to have a best decks video this week and probably next week, because people always want to see a best decks, like, right after things happen, so it's useful to, like, see what people are doing, but the metagame won't really settle for a week or so at least. Feels like Destroy always goes up after an OTA or a patch. So that's true to a degree, but I think it's also true that Destroy was one of the decks that was getting power crept by Blob being super big. Like, you know, Destroy, you jump through a ton of hoops and, like, put a 30 power null into play, and then just, like, play a Blob that was bigger than your null. I think the Destroy archetype in general, I think is fun to sequence with. I think blowing up your own cards is fun. I also think, and this is something that I think a lot of things shouldn't be, but people don't think about when it comes about decks that are popular in the metagame, is that the Destroy archetype has a ton of incredibly popular Marvel characters in it. Deadpool, Venom, Wolverine, those are probably, like, you ask people, like, who's your favorite Marvel character, and you're gonna get, like, Wolverine, Deadpool, and Venom as answers, like, a lot. An accessible deck to a degree. So one of the dynamics that's interesting about Marvel Snap's collection system is that I think the most accessible decks are actually probably the ones that have 3 to 4 series 3 or 4 series 4 or 5 cards in them, because you only get to pick one specific series 3 card per month. So when you're a newer player, in a lot of ways, getting a couple of Series 4 cards is easier than getting 12 specific Series 3 cards. So, like, you're right, once you're an endgame player, you incidentally have all the Series 3 stuff, but, like, that's not true for people who are in the mid-game. Like, something that I thought was interesting, talking about the Bass Patriot deck that I posted a highlight with this morning, I had a number of people that were like, Jeff, what can I replace Hood with in this deck? And that kind of makes sense to a degree, right? Like, Hood is a card that just, like, hasn't been in any super popular meta decks for a while, so people probably haven't prioritized using their free Series 3 card on it. So if they haven't, like, incidentally opened it from Gashes, it's just, like, not in their collection. Hey, Paula. Thank you for the tier 2 and for the almost 6 years. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Let's start with... I built some decks last night, but I kind of want to play... I guess we can play Bounce Move. I kind of want to play some Dagger. Let's start here and see how it goes. So the Dumpster Fire will switch up. What's going on, Patches? Thanks for the almost 4 years. Welcome back. Ooh, that's exciting. I want to play this. We'll play it over to the right, I think, maybe. If we get into trouble there, we can cloak it next turn, but this might be a, like, Iron Fist into Hulkbuster out here turn 4. Okay. Playing Bounce or Destroy? Probably Bounce. Well, Galactus just kind of saved both of us. I think I'm doing this. Like Ghost Spidering the multiple van? Yeah, maybe. I guess that makes sense. I could do this, and then we could do this. Then this sets us up to cloak on the last turn. Huh? I don't have any great plays here. Avex, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Cord Volt, thank you for the 10 months. I think we're dead. Galactus left doesn't do anything, Medic Butters. You have to be winning the lane. Also, we're not ranked 10,000 like some of you. We're not taking cubes and throwing them to do nothing. Galactus doesn't even trigger here, chat. Come on. It's not even funny. You don't know what the card's text box is.
Escaped.
Actually, Adam, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back.
Flame on!
I wanted to do this, but we lost the 1 and 4. Like, we split. I don't know if the multiple man Hulkbuster plan is good here. I saw some other people playing this build of this archetype, and I don't know that I'm a fan of the setup that it requires.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
Yeah, not having Heimdall for the top end if you're trying to play multiple man is probably the case. I give it one more go, but I think I've only got one more cube to spew with it. It's almost time for an ad break, and then maybe we'll do something else when we get back. there. If I was playing a better deck, I'd snap this play, but there's a good chance our deck is terrible. This is not worth snapping. Dude, this actually, I have an Iron Fist trigger pending, so if we drop Beast, we could scoop all these up and make them 0. It's funny seeing our opponent make this play after we were talking about how... We were talking a little bit ago about how people play Squirrel Girl on curve incorrectly often. I think my hand's good enough to snap at this point. Human Torch is going to be an absolute unit. We just gotta make sure we sequence it around Valkyrie. For another move. Chat, I'm bouncing these 0 costs back to my hand. And then the hope is next turn that Nico... Nowhere. Chat, I don't want Cloak to trigger. I don't want my opponent to be able to move cards around. All of my 1 energy cards are coming back to my hand because I played Falcon. I'm playing Cloak out because it's 4 points worth of stats and I have the energy to do that. Perfect. Actual, factual, literal perfects. So we go this, into this. Into this, into this. Chat is definitely on one so far this morning. This is convincing me I probably want to play more bounce move, but also convincing me the multiple man Hulkbuster plan here is probably crap.
The mystery intrigues me.
Nice amount of stats on the left gets divided into a wonderful amount of stats everywhere.
Victory.
Alright, gamers, it's about time for an ad roll. I'm gonna cut the multiple man Hulkbuster of this for something else we're gonna play. It's a little bit more bounce move when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. YouTube gamers, there's 200 of you over there almost, but only 30 of you found the like button so far. Can we bump those numbers up? I believe in you. Yes, I can see Cloak being less beneficial than other options if you're getting rid of multiple mana as well. Hercules is not a good Marvel Snap card in my experience. It is incredibly clunky in terms of how you want to sequence. The problem with Hercules is that by the time you get done setting him up, Hercules, you either have to wait to play your cards out to play Hercules, or you like play your cards out and then you draw Hercules and then you've like already played all your move cards and you can't do anything. Just want another good one drop to bounce. Maybe I definitely want Vulture. I think I might want Doctor Strange instead of Cloak. I think he's better with the way we sequence later. I don't know what my last card to be. You want an armor or a Kyria? Yeah, armor's probably not bad. There's been a lot of destroy. Spider-Man is not a card this style of deck wants to play. We are not interested in just a generic 3/5. That seems fine. Thoughts on Taskmaster? I think Taskmaster is incredibly difficult to maneuver and set up with your Human Torch. I think in games where absolutely everything is going right, you're drawing all your bounce cards, Taskmaster's fine, but I also think if you're winning those games, if that's happening, you're probably winning anyways. Yeah, Taskmaster is also bad with Ghost Spider, is accurate. And Doctor Strange too, honestly.
Flame on!
Impromptu, thank you for the over 4 years. Welcome back. Dame Judy, thank you for the 5 months. Good morning, good morning. After you play your next card, it becomes a demon. I think I'm down to turn. Falcon to do a demon here. Forge Ham, so probably also bounce from the opponent. I guess I can demon. That's fine. To lose the base anyways. London, because of the base. Copy a beast. They're a werewolf. The scary thing about werewolf is that it probably means they're a Shang-Chi deck. You're risking Tribunal. I mean, I think a vanilla 6/9 is probably better than. Get vanilla 6/9 is better than Tribunal's effective. I expect them to shake my Human Torch chip. We have Chavez, yeah. So let's say they Annihilus plus Demon. They Demon here, Annihilus here. Puts them to 11, and then I get -3. And I'm at 15, so I'm 12 to 11. This beats Demon here, Annihilus here. I think I'm staying. They did the Demon Annihilus, rip.
Yes.
Close. Thanks for the 12 months, Steak Magic. Welcome back. Sword to go with that shield. Yeah, unfortunately, I would bet there's probably a good chance that our deck without tech cards just isn't competitive. Dang, and Enchantress and stuff are all very good, very powerful, very fucked up Marvel Snap cards. That is a very good location for this deck. Just do this.
Snap. Victory. Your more positive outlook on the meta after the OTA. I mean, I'm a very reasonable, realistic person who's going to tell you that. I don't really give strong opinions on the metagame or anything like that less than 24 hours after things changed. You want hot takes a couple hours after things changed? Go find Reddit or somewhere else. I'll be happy to give you a shit opinion based on nothing but feels. I agree with the sentiment that Blob is not a dead card, and I think that the fact that it's not a dead card will probably upset some people, but I also think it's very much explicitly Second Dinner's goal to not kill cards outright when they change them. So it's assuredly a feature, not a bug, that it's not a dead card. You can catch him trying to shank the monster with the Doctor Strange. Oh, I'd actually forgotten that. Ironfish trigger waiting. Oh, Beast was a very bad draw in the last turn. I think we just gotta go. Zabu, and they have Ghost Rider, Magneto, plus a Shang. Magneto and Grim Reaper. Yeah, but they have Shang as well, so I don't think we can realistically win 2 out of the 3. How's this deck feel so far? Like, its numbers are okay, but it's also not playing tech cards, so it's probably just not good into the amount of Shang-Chi and Shadow King you should likely expect to see. Oh, my untap crashed. Weird. How come Tribunal instead of Heimdall? How do I win the game with a Heimdall? How does one big Human Torch or one big dagger and a Heimdall win the game? There's a reason why you retreat now instead of retreat later while climbing. Because I respect my time and yours more than most people. Well, you will see me periodically use the retreat later function when I am in a game that's reasonably close and my opponent could feasibly also be retreating. However, most games of Marvel Snap are not that. Most games of Marvel Snap have one person who's a very clearly ahead, and you're just wasting your time and theirs by retreating later. Yes, if both people retreat later, it's a tie. Yes, the rocks are coming back.
Flame on!
I must say, my absolute favorite part of working on and iterating decks on stream is when people come in and make a lazy card suggestion for a card we literally just cut from the deck in the game before. It's extra funny. Unfortunately, I don't think this really does anything, right? I guess we could, like, high roll into something that, like, generates cards here that messes up their Miss Marvel, but I'm only going to 33, which is 11 everywhere. So they'd only have to play 8 in the middle to beat me there, which I think is pretty unlikely. I guess they're a Sarah deck. They probably have Maximus plus something else, though, right? Oh, yeah, they're totes a Shadow King deck, too. Yeah, I gotta be done with this deck. This deck seems like shit. This is one of those Marvel Snap decks that, like, in a world where tech cards aren't some of the most played cards of the game, this deck's probably fine, but in reality where we live, your somewhat inconsistent payoffs just get hosed by the powerful interactive cards too frequently for this to be a good choice. See, Cozy gave you a shout out on his OT video. Oh, did he reference some of my blob charts, or was it for something else I haven't caught up on? Caught up on other people's OTA takes. We tried running Yorian for consistency. It's Sal. Thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Did just me or are players more toxic recently? Nah, you're just remembering it more vividly. Chat's definitely on one this morning so far. That is certainly the case. Is Dagger worth exploring in Phoenix Force? No, I don't think Dagger fundamentally solves any of the problems that the Phoenix Force archetype has. It is a very good Dr. Doom. We should probably play some Storm Lockout and stuff. I actually haven't played a single game with this since I got the split. Should probably play some Storm Lockout at some point and make that happen. Kingpin and Green Goblins, kind of funny, but also likely bad. Speaking of messed up tech cards, let's put Shang in here. What base card do you prefer over the variant? For a long time, I think one of the only base art cards I have a premium split on is She-Hulk. Because for a long time, I just really didn't like any of the She-Hulk variants that existed. But now we have my Forever Hulk with an S-tier split, so she's staying right there. Yeah, the Doom split's like S+. It's really good. What else do I want to do with this? So I want to do like this core, I think, where we just like use Ghost Spider and Iron Fist with Vulture and Dagger in order to just like play these as like good high stat cards. Dr. Octopus technically has some small synergy with Dagger. You want Doctor Strange? I could see that. Stegron and 2099 are not good Marvel Snap cards. Stop it. Get some help. This is an Iron Lad deck. Iron Ladding into Dr. Octopus and Shang-Chi is not stellar. I explicitly think we don't want armor, because kind of the benefit of not being a Human Torch move deck is I don't have to worry about Killmongers, right? Yeah, I should probably just ignore chat and build my deck. Is a good call out. Usually I build decks off stream, but I had this idea while I was eating breakfast this morning, so I hadn't built it yet. Could you elaborate on the synergy that Doc Ock and Dagger have? Well, Dagger gets bigger based on how many cards your opponent has in play, and Dr. Octopus fills the lane. Speaking on that, is there like a Dagger Clutter deck that's like not just Doc Ock? Can I kill two birds with one stone and play like Selene Goblins with Dagger? Oh my god, Ravona makes Dagger cost 1. All right, hold the phone. We cracked it. We cracked the code. We cracked the code, chat. Ravona discounts Dagger now. Okay. We got there. We stumbled around a little bit. We like tripped and fell over, but I think we're ending up in somewhere I would like to be. Iron Man explicitly has anti-synergy with Green Goblin. I would say this is fair warning, but I'm just giving 10 minutes to the people suggesting Galactus. Stop it. Get away. Get away! Out! Falcon can redo the move enablers. I don't know that Falcon to redo the move enablers is necessarily good. Yeah, I was thinking Debris maybe. Debris is a little awkward because Debris like clutters our side of the board too. Widow could be a good shout. Widow has soft synergy with Celine as well. I don't hate Widow. Just another card that like instantly makes Dagger better also. I don't think you could play Werewolf without Zabu and Beast, and I don't know if room to play those cards. You can play Heimdall for the movers and the Doc Ock, maybe. Mother of God. I don't want to snap the bar Sinister flipping up. I want to snap the following turn, so that way they don't realize I'm necessarily snapping the bar. Now, it might look like I'm snapping the negative zone. And let's be honest, I'm kind of snapping the negative zone as well. They might have my Goblin. This was great Portal chat, not Daily Victory. Yeah, that's true. Maybe we should be on the we need to test the deck, we're not snapping train. Cube Break goes in the garbage, but we get a better feel for whether or not the deck is powerful. My Kingdom to not have to put Nico onto the table to see what effect she has. Against discard a Black Cat. Oh, that's sad. I was gonna say, against discard a Black Cat, copy Black Widow is really strong. This doesn't stop Adelan from drawing them cards, but it means they could redraw the Widow's Bite and brick something else later, so I think I still do it. it a bit less exciting. They draw by their first or second draw, it stops it, right? I don't believe that's the case. Your opponent also retreated. God bless us, everyone. I could definitely make an argument for debris. I'm just not sure if she would clutter our move cards too much. Ghost Spider. Ghost Spider is suddenly a very space-hungry card. Rip. Strong. And it's worth noting that in a spot like this, new dagger is actually worse than old dagger, right? Typically speaking, we don't want to play dagger on curve in this deck, but circumstances were outside of our control, unfortunately. Stupid Adelan. You Ghost Spider your Green Goblins, move it into a different location for the opponent. You can. Dead. I have a Bass Hawkeye Dazzler deck in the tank for later today. So they only have one card in their hand. But it's gonna get +2. There's no way this ever wins the game, right? I'm gonna limp for 1. Yeah, I think they're leave-in. That was actually a funny game, huh? Because and this is, you know, just kind of the power of this card, a lot of these matchups, is getting to take their sequencing decisions away from them. It was great. Like, this was so huge here, right? Like, it denied the Bishop getting bigger, it denied Hawkeye getting his +3, and it meant that I could safely play a Hobgoblin on the final turn of the game. Are we lacking move options here? So the base idea of this deck is that Dagger and Vulture are reasonably good on-rate cards with a single bit of movement. If we can move, thinking about things in terms of pure rate, if we Ghost Spider or Iron Fist a Dagger into a full path, it's 14 points worth of stats for 3 energy. Is the base idea. And Vulture's obviously a bit worse than that. Vulture is 10 points worth of stats for 4 energy. But you're correct. If you're looking to play a dedicated move deck, this ain't it. But the idea here is to be something of a hybrid, where you're just leveraging these as good rate cards. I've seen so far, the meta seems far more varied than before the OTA. Is that an accurate assessment? An accurate assessment is that it's been less than a day and a metagame doesn't exist. People are still just throwing noodles at the wall and trying things. When you have a change to a top deck that's as significant as yesterday's change was, you have to wait and see. I'm gonna stay with Black Widow Celine, but I might be wrong. You get me into trouble here. Need to dodge their Valk. This ties Blue Marvel right. But it probably loses to... Probably loses the tiebreaker. Let's stay for content. It's super unfortunate that their Nico rolled the destroy draw mode here. Oh shit! Yeah, I totally just didn't count Ravonna versus Iron Fist. Yeah, I messed this up. Yeah, this is 100% should just be flipped and then we win. No. It's not even hindsight. I counted Blue Marvel and even said we were tying it and then losing the breaker. But I didn't have to tie the Blue Marvel. I could have beaten it with Ramona. That's not hindsight. It's just better play to switch it. Strictly correct to switch it. Good showing for our deck. That was slightly better play. Slightly better play and good luck on the opponent's part. We still would have won the game. So here's an interesting thought. If I play Selene, it screams Green Goblin. So I think I'm actually supposed to not play Selene because I want to be able to Green Goblin the Space Throne.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
And then we'll do this, so that way on the off chance they fill here, the Green Goblin is taking up space mid. Opponent's ghosting. Or they were just here watching the stream. So they could just be someone who was in the stream and then turned it off so they know we're playing a Clutter deck, but very likely big spooky energy. Ravona suggests Green Goblins. Alright, this is me giving timeouts to everybody telling me that Ravona is indicative of goblins. This is, that's just such a good, clean example of people not being able to separate what you're currently watching on your screen from your reality. Like, yes, I personally am currently playing Ravona with goblins, but that, doesn't mean that that's the normal average case, right? And that's the untapped data to show you that that's not the normal average case. Past literally Ravona's first week of existence, goblins have never been the most popular thing to do with Ravona because they've not been the most competitive thing to do with her. Mr. Negative. Mr. Negative's not the most competitive thing, but it's the most popular thing to do with her. And the stats back that up. And then the more competitive things, generally speaking, are Darkhawk, Iron Man, that kind of stuff. All right, gamers, it's about that time. I'm going to play some more of this deck because I'm enjoying what it's doing so far. We're going to take our ad break. I'm going to hop on the bike for a little bit and pedal, I think, too. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Yeah, Ravona Iron Man is far more common than goblins. By the numbers. Someone who spends a lot of time looking at numbers. Oh yeah, more recently Ravona has been in the what's it called? The Sarah Living Tribunal deck too. Is that one of these? Yeah, that's the most popular one. This is most recently the most common Ravona deck. One way or another, if you're not live right now, the goblin's sitting in the space room. Yeah, exactly correct. How's Meek? Meek has fine stats. Discard's doing okay. Meek definitely belongs in discard. Not breaking any records, but looks a-okay. Any good Meek Scar decks? Negative. We have to do them separate.
Oh, snap.
Played a bunch with New Celine. I think she's still kind of bad. Well, I think she doesn't go inside of the same types of decks. I was playing Move yesterday and queued into a viewer that snapped turn 1 Fist Tower because they knew I was playing. Yeah, and like, it doesn't even mean that they're ghosting, right? Like, that person might not necessarily be ghosting. They might have turned the stream off, but they're almost assuredly knew what we were doing, right? Just a lost information element. Maybe I'm supposed to use Nico on the copy mode there, because copying Widow or Green Goblin would have both been good. At this point. Ooh, we got their Dracula with the Celine. Very good for us. Do I want a 5/11 or do I want to just like rip their hand down? Hey, Blockhead, thank you for the 11 months. Welcome back. I'm just gonna Doc-Ock, because I have Blackwood on the last turn to make their Dracula extra bad. Yikes. Guessed that 50-50 wrong. Alright, so they have 3 swarms plus 1 other card. Plus 2 other cards. Oh my god, I filled here by mistake because I'm an idiot. Oh, my brain is bad. Oh, they have MODOK Apocalypse anyways. Okay, that doesn't matter. My brain is in fact bad, but We live to please. And that whole game was decided by that flip on turn 4, right? Like or on turn 5, if I Doc Ock the space that they're open in and we pull their whole hand into play, they just can't win. They wouldn't have had a thing to discard to their Dracula on the last turn. Their power would have been deterministic in play. Just lost that 50-50. Are you expecting Twitch drops this month? Yes, Twitch drops will be resuming on the 23rd through the 30th, I believe it is. They definitely start on the 23rd. They end either the 30th or the 31st. There'll be 350 credits and a premium mystery variant this time. Meaning no pixels. Love to draw Celine next turn. Goblin Celine, or Widow Celine, into the Goblin. Well, now we'll do that, huh?
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
A lot of these movers decks play Shang, so we'll need to be thinking about that for Vulture on the right. Snap the Celine draw. I assume the snapback is them having a Shang. They can't Shang us till turn 6, though, because of the value of the hand, at least. Oh, interesting. Okay, so they're Surfer. They could still have a Shang, because that's how Marvel Snap works, but it is noteworthy that they're Surfer. Do I want to hit this Goblin into the middle? I think I do, because Shang is less likely given the other cards that they've played. When they fill, we just stay where we're at. Really need a Dr. Octopus there. Although Doc Ock might not even have done it, huh? They're +6 in the middle, up to 17. I guess Doc Ock would have done it on the back of the Valley of the Hand. We're having trouble generating a big number at the end of the game. Yes, Iron Fist with Goblins is really adorable in terms of letting you try and get them into places more aggressively that you normally wouldn't feel safe in, because it'd be a large risk. Does Ghost Spider work on Goblins? Yes, that's quite literally what we're talking about. Just Iron Fist and Ghost Spider and Goblins. Oh, that's actually kind of sad. Because of the Oscorp Tower, I can't Vulture kick over here. Viper! Excuse me? Alright. Time to go to the next deck, gamers.
Escaped.
Goggles, thanks for the 10 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Bites the dust. And another one down, and another one down. Another one bites the dust. There's no deck-based matchmaking in Marvel Snap. I know it feels bad to play into decks that happen to hard counter yours. But the reality of the situation is, chat, when you play against a deck that counters yours, it's just a more vivid negative memory. An evolutionary response that humans developed is that negative things that are detrimental, stand out more vividly in our minds because remembering negative experiences more vividly helps us survive as a species. Eating those berries killed Grug. I should not eat those berries. That is exactly the case. Joe Stress, thank you for the 12 months. I appreciate it. Welcome back. But Jeff, I queued up with this deck that you're currently playing that 1,400 other people are watching, and I immediately queued into a mirror match. Why would I queue into a mirror match with a deck that a popular streamer is playing if there wasn't deck-based matchmaking? I don't know, because you're stupid? You're not literally just not listening to the things that are happening? Psylocke is neat in this list. Yeah, I wanted more ways to put Werewolf into play on turn 3. And then she, like, also moves the wolf after if you draw it post-wolf. Alright, so the Hulk is a 5/18. Noted. I Enchantress by Zabu. Let's say I did that intentionally for the sake of it all. Definitely was something I intended to do. Okay, thank you for the gifted subs. That's very generous of you. Good morning, good morning. I'm guaranteed to draw Forge next turn. I don't think Celine's text box is likely to be relevant here, so I think I just pass. Oh, yeah, that's true. Hulk is a 4/18. Yes, because of how Pig interacts with Elysium is a great shout. I try, Ray. Deck-based matchmaking may not exist, but search-based advertising sure does, so try and avoid that by subscribing. Big true, big true. Honey. Do you think we fully realized what was about to happen there? So they go to 21 here, and then that only costs them 4, so they go +3 here to 9. I mean, I think I can beat that, right? This puts me to 11 here. This is good. Or are they playing out a bunch of 1s on the left because they have Kairia? Oh, there's a Cyclops trigger that gets me. Good shout. They're playing Shang-Chi in their high evolutionary deck. And we lost the flip. Oh, Marvel Snap. I really despise Shang as a card. Such a miserable effect. It's been the type of order I'm just muting anybody. That shows me they understand the emotes are there. Just very over it. Yeah, no, I mean, like, completely unironically, Shang-Chi being in a deck playing Hulk and stuff is why people think Loki was busted as a card. Because, like, they're just, like, putting Shang in their decks that, in theory, don't need it most of the time, and then get beat by it when the opponent Loki's it. Our beast deck. Swinging Goblin Sad. Thanks for the 15 months, freak. Full effect rate? No. Ooh. Celine. Are there any good Loki decks? Yeah, Loki's still solid. Morning, on there. I don't think we're ever beating an Nihilist with our deck.
Escaped.
I'm gonna do this on one just to guarantee it gets on the green goblin. If we draw Hobgoblin, that's a bit worse. It's not the Psylocke or Zabu I wanted for Christmas. See if they are a destroy deck or a bounce deck here. Honestly, the Goblin's archetype is bad to destroy, Annihilus, and bounce. I guess Celine's still just not playable, huh? As much as I would like to try her, the things that are popular are like deeply bad for us. Yeah, copying Green Goblin could be okay here. I wanted to save Nico for after Werewolf, though. Doris C, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Fully thought that one through.
Victory.
Duggernaut, thank you for the 56 months. Welcome back. I'm still gonna move on from this deck. I know that was funny or whatever, but there's been a lot of bounce, and the next most popular thing after bounce this morning has been destroy. I don't think I'm gonna experiment with Celine anymore. The only thing Celine does is interface with goblins, and it's just not good. Almost assuredly needs Sky Area in it, right? New Celine has felt good in Ronin for what it's worth. -4 Widow's Bite is a bitter pill, and there are some others to hit. Why on earth are you playing Black Widow in your Ronin deck? Why? That's one of those, like, Maximus inside of the Darkhawk deck was a meme for a long while just because gamers didn't get it. And just, like, that's one of the ones that just, like, still... people today are just like, but what if we did this? And it's just like, do we just not understand what's happening here? For reference, even though Black Widow is adding a card to your opponent's hand, when they play that card out, you've effectively put them down a card. Black Widow makes your Ronin 2 less power. But Widow is +2 power to Ronin 6, but that's not good. If you're only playing Widow to give Ronin +2 power on turn 6, you should have just played literally any other 3/5 instead of playing a 3/3 that you buffed up to a 3/5 that you then makes your payoff smaller on any other earlier turn of the game. Like, this definitely isn't a just you thing. This is like a very, I'm chuckling about it because this is like a very regular, very common suggestion that just like makes no sense when you actually think about how it interfaces with what's going on. I play into the Quantum Realm just fine, so I think I'm gonna storm Atlantis here. Or am I storming the Abbey and then filling with Shauna? Makes Nebula better. Yeah, if I think I'm gonna likely win the Quantum Realm, let's play for the Abbey then.
Wind, aid my hand.
It's basically impossible to know that I'm playing around magic off of a turn 1 hood. Hood magic is not an established archetype. Has Nico rolled the replace a location yet? I don't remember. I wish there was a place on this interface for me to click and see which spells were still not rolled. I don't think she has. So we have another shot here. Snap them. They're taking forever, and Nico could still pull the limbo on them. This is probably Stellar here as well. Sure thing, boss. I guess I should technically always play the Jeff middle to play around this, huh? It's just, like, strictly correct to do so. Oh, they're a Ronin deck. There's no reason to play the Dazzler out this turn, I don't think. What's more likely? A big ongoing play? I think it's more likely they forget about Jeff. Okie doke.
Victory.
Sure thing. I guess they did actually forget about Jeff. They just forgot about him in a different way. They must have assumed that I could only have 2 power over there and not realize that Jeff could slide over. I'm gonna play Nebula into New York to encourage them to fill the location they can move into. Is Bounce in a better spot now? I think Bounce is very good. I think Bounce had solid stats before the change too, though.
Wind, aid my hand.
No, Hitmonkey hasn't been a part of Bounce for a long time, chat. Looked at untapped stats recently. Yeah, I looked at untapped stats this morning. First thing. Blue Marvel. Dazzler.
Opponent snapped.
If I do this, I can peel Blue Marvel and play Martyr. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out. So they go 9 plus 5 is 14 here. Clip it, ship it, rip it, flip it.
Oh, snap.
Oh no! Boom, boom, boom. Boo-doo-doo. Going on, Chuki. Thank you for the 52 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. They're at 100%. Twitch.tv is loading on their 2G internet right now. They're firing it up. Scales and non-binary pals. We
Victory.
got him. Look at my 2-9. Isn't she great? Dazzler's finally good. I called Dazzler a format staple in today's highlight. And I don't think that's a lie. I think she's a very good Marvel Snap card. I think we almost assuredly don't know what deck she's going to be good in, or optimal in, but a card that has the potential to be a 2-8 is real solid, and she's going to be a 2-4 and 2-6 with some consistency. Is Shauna in her package? I would be shocked if an optimal Dazzler deck contained Shauna, but, you know. no, here we are. Wouldn't it be better for them to, strictly better for them to doom left and avoid the Negula trigger? Deep in the tank, missed that. No, you're just deep in the Twitch chat and missed that I had a goose on the left. Per usual. Gamers chat. Gamers. Not Storman. I don't think I want to commit Dazzler anywhere just yet, though, so we'll just Jeff on the right. Goose may as well join Echo as an invisible card. You're not wrong. I don't know that I expect her text to be relevant here, but I feel like I want to play her just for the sake of resource efficiency. Possible we want Mysteria over Mirage. It's possible, but I'm also not certain that my deck actually has trouble filling the board. Do I want another Dazzler? Probably, right? Speaking of filling the board. Deck? Really? Okay, so I definitely want to blue Marvel here, so that way if they Annihilus, I don't get a HUD. Yeah, looks like an old Annihilus list here. Unironically, I think we're actually fine. Ship it?
Victory.
Are we cooking, chat? It feels like we might be cooking. 1 5s and 2 8s and 2 5s and blue Marvels that like power everything up across the board. Any thoughts on Patriot Ultron with the recent changes? So I posted a Bast Patriot deck that I think is much better than Patriot Ultron this morning. I think Ultron is clunky and bad. I think Martyr is better than Titania in this deck. Martyr is Titania is not a playable card in this deck. Titania and Martyr have very different downsides. You want to know the difference between Titania and Martyr? Martyr, I can sit here and play on the first turn of the game and not worry about her ending up on my opponent's side of the board. Martyr's downside, you mitigate by filling your board before the game ends. Whereas, what's it called's downside? Titania's downside, you could lose control of her completely. God damn it, Silk. A lot of people have very incorrectly compared Martyr to Titania, and they're just very, very different effects. That's fine. I have Storm to mitigate Jotunheim here.
Wind, aid my hand.
People keep coming in and asking me what I think about the metagame now after the OTA. And I really can't emphasize enough that my answer to that question is almost essentially always the same. I am very much currently enjoying exploring Marvel Snap post changes. However, what we have post changes is not a metagame. It's a people exploring and trying stuff. What people are playing right now is very different than what people will be playing at some point in the not too distant future. Unfortunately, because I have priority here, I actually can't play around the void coming over, so we're probably dead because the self kicks out. I guess if I would have drawn... If I would have drawn Shauna, maybe we'd have had a shot. I might actually still have a shot here. If I do this, this is 7, and this is 7, so they both double on Throne Room, and they take it away from the Annihilus. I actually don't need Jeff in the middle either, right? I do because Martyr. I'll limp for one here and see how it goes. Could Ant-Man replace Martyr? Yeah, if you're missing Martyr in this deck, Ant-Man is the best replacement for sure. Oh, shoot. Martyr knows when jumping shrinks Dazzler. The demon's still gonna be 7 on the right, so we might have a shot. But Martyr knows when jumping shrinks it. Are we good? I think we're good, right? No, Martyr's gonna lose us the game. She's gonna jump, or we're gonna lose the breaker. No! So, fun fact, we actually would have won if I would have moved the Jeff. If I would have moved the Jeff, we would have won, because then Martyr wouldn't have had anywhere to go, and we would have been 13-12 here in the middle. I wasn't thinking about them playing a green goblin. But yeah. That's neat. Yeah, that's only the second time I've seen Martyrs lose the game trigger. We might add that one. I think we're gonna have a highlight with this deck. That one might make it into there. Just because it's novel. Yeah, if you like the look of this deck, I would not recommend anyone buy Martyr to play this deck. Just play Ant-Man. But, that being said, this here is exactly one of the cases where Martyr is significantly better than Ant-Man, right?
This land can never be fully known.
Yeah, she has stats and lets us play for priority. Oh, they're destroyed.
Snap.
Eh, we snapped late. We have good area, so set me up. They have a 1/3 forge. feeling this is right. Forging X23 is better against the Shan. Sure, you're technically correct. Thoughts on Khazar or Valk in this deck? What problems does my deck have that you're solving by adding those cards into it? Please explain. The old 6-0. Hopefully they don't have their Killmonger in their hand, and we're gonna get to Killmonger and make our null huge. And by huge, I mean +8, but that's still better than nothing. Ah, Killmonger! Yeah, I'm leaving, bud.
Escape.
I'm leaving. You know who else is leaving? People that hate adverts, but at least you won't miss gameplay if you stick around. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. YouTube gamers! There's almost 350 of you there, but we only have 12 like button pressers. Can we get up to towards 200? I believe we can. Yes, the Selene as well as the Selene and Electra buffs were both Shauna buffs. Oh no, I'm being held. I am in fact holding you hostage, subs. But we will not be negotiating at this time. I always consider my question when I want to ask Jeff something because he counterattacks me with a strong question. The best way to help people actually learn something is to answer their questions with questions. All about teaching how to fish. Socratic is often referred to in education as the Socratic method. What's the best way to support your stream apart from subs? Just by hanging out every day. If you want to go one step further than that, making sure you give watch time and press the thumbs up button on the YouTube videos I put out. It's another great way to support what I do here that doesn't cost you anything. Just being a part of the numbers is a great way to do it. Flashbacks to law school. Yep. You played against any blob decks today? You know, I don't think we've had blob played against us once today. That said, large cashier's checks and money orders in the P.O. box are not discouraged. You click on the news button, but these notifications don't go away, chat. We have 2 rewards notifications from the track on the site that are just perpetually red because that's a new feature that's bugged. And then I've clicked on this balance update 3 or 4 times, both on mobile and PC, and it's there. I expect Blob's play rate will go back up when people have weekend Scar missions and default to playing Scar inside of Blob Thanos. I said this yesterday, but just to again re-articulate for people that didn't hear me, I would not be surprised if Blob gets adjusted again. I would wager 13 or 14 is probably where his text box 15 number will probably end up at long term. That being said, he is a significant downgrade from where he was previously, even if he's potentially still too strong. You can at least keep up with him in some situations now. There's a big difference between trying to beat something that averages out to 20 versus something that averages out to 30 plus. Ben Pie, thank you for the 15 months. Welcome back. You ever see a world where Blob gets his base boosted to 60 or 17? No. 0%. I would expect Blob will still have very reasonable metrics. See if my headphones are finally charged. Forgot to shut my computer off last night. They just sat on my desk, not plugged in. 100% lovely. Any reason you chose a pie chart instead of a histogram for displaying the data? Yeah, displaying numbers 15 through 34 on a histogram was very cluttered and hard to parse at a glance. Presenting more information is not necessarily a good thing. I'm gonna restart my client just in case something's hung or weird here. But fuck yeah, I've never sat in a queue that long. What can you replace Barrage with? Maria Hill or Sentinel? I saw Bootman on Twitter. You were just in chat saying Marvel Snap was lagging real bad for your matchmaking servers having a problem? I believe Mirage is one of the most underrated cards in Marvel Snap. I've talked about this before, but I think Mirage is probably one of the cards that will have one of the highest play rate increases when it gets dropped from Series 4 to Series 3. The problem with Mirage is not that she's a bad card, it's just that she's not enough better than the other cards you could currently be playing to be worth putting resources into, if that makes sense. So, like, you just sub her for Maria Hill or Sentinel, your deck's, like, still pretty good. Do I want to draw cards with Nico? Always? Am I sacking Nebula or Mirage? I think Nebula. punish in a way. What a lucker. I think we're dead.
I am Iron Man.
Is Blob still worth running in the Hella Tribunal deck? I don't think the good Hella Tribunal decks are ever playing Blob. At least not that I'm familiar with. I don't know. I also haven't played a ton of that archetype though. I'm not really a fan of it. Almost to our gold on gold Dazzler. Slow and steady. Flash into a demon? Nah, I'm gonna wait. I might want a Nico to reset the Space Throne. I'm gonna say sweet deck so far this morning. No, this is the first one we've played that's felt remotely playable. Slopped around for the first 90 minutes.
Wind, aid my hand.
I'd rather do play for the right, because they have Lockjaw in the center, right? Well, we're gonna draw Blue Marvel too, aren't we?
Minions to me.
Fuck's sake.
Opponent snapped.
Well, obviously super dead. Classic Hella Gamer. Jonah said, thank you for the 38 months. Welcome back. Anyway, thank you for the entire year. People are currently in try shiny new toys mode, Jonathan. A lot of Dazzler, a lot of Dazzler, a lot of discard. And this is like, so one of the many reasons why Marvel Snap felt so rough over the holidays is because we lost that very constant churn the game has basically always had. What do I mean by constant churn? Well, normally in Marvel Snap, we get OTAs twice a month, a patch once a month, and then new card releases, right? So we had kind of this special mix of shit for the last little bit, where not only did we not have OTAs because of the holidays, but we also had a stark lack of meaningful card releases as well. There were just a lot that just kind of went wrong. Oh, honey, they're about to get a very valuable lesson here, chat.
Oh, snap.
That's what they only had to learn one cube. They only had to spend one cube to learn that lesson.
Victory.
So, if you pull multiple man out of deep space, he'll jump back in. But if you put him into deep space, he won't jump back out. We had a really neat game in one of my, I think it was the Phoenix Hercules highlight last week, where we put two multiple men into deep space and then Heimdalled them out. Yeah, so he needs his ability when he lands. Not when he starts. Oh, I forgot I need Silk boosters too. This is the perfect deck to play farm boosters. Silk's one of the, I think Silk is the most playable Marvel Snap card I still don't have a premium split on. I think I'm 6 or maybe 7 deep at this point, still missing on her. Right to put her into the wood chipper.
Enough said, bub.
We need Kyeria. Yes, and you shall receive. Just to be a safety room for Blue Marvel for a turn, though. Wow, that's good. Holy. This is the only other Dazzler deck we've played so far, Pepper Hands. It's felt pretty reasonable. Again, in large part due to Dazzler being good. Venom to die, and then even then we might not have a chance.
Enough said, bub.
Okay. Oh, come on!
Enough said, bub.
down and joined the monthly tithe for the season pass after being free to play for a year. If you're gonna spend money on Marvel Snap, the season pass is certainly the place you always want to start. I think Shadow King potentially being a good card in here is a good take, Woody. I don't think that's too Twitch chatty. This deck both has bandwidth to play it on curve on the last turn, and our only card that Shadow King negatively impacts is Nebula. He was on the list of things I was considering for sure. Stormbar Sinister, it's a very good location for them.
Wind, aid my hand.
The drops variant guaranteed to be a premium 1200 gold variant with a guaranteed not a pixel. It's a premium mystery variant, which could be 700 or 1200 guaranteed not to be a pixel either way. It's the same as like the random gold variants that you see inside of the client. Deadpool Venom here, I assume. I think we'd probably lose this game even if we had a Shadow King.
Escaped.
I think because they don't have priority, we probably get crunched regardless. Have a big Deadpool in more. Yeah, the opponent definitely should have snapped their turn 5. Might be a really bad and silly take, but why does Shadow King work on both sides but not Shang? I don't know. Shang's the only one of those reactive cards that's not symmetrical, right? Because Enchantress is also symmetrical. This one could cut either way against a Ramona deck.
Wind, aid my hand.
Not expecting Killmonger out of them. Oh, are they playing the build we were playing a little bit ago with Doc Ock and stuff in it? That's funny. Okay, so we're gonna gain 4 here. Up to 4. And then Blue Marvel's gonna be another 8 here up to 12. So Shauna would need to be probably more than we're gonna get. Yeah, we need a 1-4 or a 1-5. That being said, I feel like we've got a shot to win here and here, so I'm gonna stay. Says local man about to be Eliath. Oh. Priority was everything there, huh? So close. Did I get for our gold border? Probably should. Couple more credits. Credits! Hey, what's going on, Light Furry? Thanks for the brand new tier 1. Those direct support subscriptions are a big part of why I'm able to do this as my job, so thanks for keeping me around. Appreciate it.
Shiny logo.
Oh, Electro is a game winner that game. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. I don't think this is my Forever Martyr variant, but the Justina Martyr isn't in the data mines. I assume Justina Martyr is probably going to be her next Spotlight variant, wherever they finally put her around. That's not going to be for at least another couple months based on what we have. Thanos. Who's going to be our first blob opponent of the day? What did we kill there? Was that a Scar? I was looking away. Mistakes were made, gamers. A Scar, yeah, okay. Reasoning. Thanks for the 5 months. Welcome back. Mind Stone's a real good turn 2 draw. Spotlight variants never come back. So, there have been a couple that reran because Second Dinner was short art in their art pipeline. But in general, you should not expect Spotlight variants to rerun, no. They've said Spotlight variants rerunning is very much the exception, not the rule. I tried the Bass Patriot for yesterday. I've been winning like 80%. It has very good stats in almost 1,000 game sample size on Untapped. I think it's legitimately a new tiered deck.
Opponent snapped.
I don't know that we might be behind tier, but I'm not certain enough of that I'm leaving, so I'm gonna stay. They get to play a 5-drop here. Vision, sure. Okay, wait, this is kind of fun. I move my Jeff and then I storm the Kunlun and then their vision doesn't get bigger, right? Which is probably why they're snapping. Because they think their vision's getting bigger.
Wind, aid my hand.
Dazzler gains 6. up to 12. I could lose left and right's the problem. Only going to 13 on the left. Maybe 14, 15. Dazzler's very good, yes. Oh, missed it by that much. Yeah, we need a butter on the left. There were a lot of ones that won us the left there, right? Any 3, 4, 5, 7s or Electra want us the left there? Duder, thanks for the 2/3 of a year. Appreciate the pride. Welcome back. Okay, shit sucks for us. It means I can't blue marvel on curve. Which probably means I want to Shauna proactively. This fills the right though. Maybe that's fine.
Opponent snapped.
Is this why Destroy is doing well? Holy shit, Twitch chat. our games have actually been going kind of reasonable today, all things considered. But man, the chat takes of just... Like, the number one thing you could do to improve as a player in variance-based games like Marvel Snap is understand when you should take a step back from the unlucky thing that happened to you and realize that, like, this was a bad beat and not this is an average case scenario that's happening all the time. So, like, no. My deck that's not a common meta deck getting randomly hosed by Killmonger in the one game where I didn't have Kyeria reasonably is not the reason why Destroy is performing well. Destroy is performing well because Destroy has consistently been a good, high-performing deck for a very long time now. But it was a deck that was getting numbers power crept by Blob a little bit. And so with Blob being more reasonable numbers-wise, it's less power crept now. Yeah, Destroy has almost consistently been one of the decks in my best decks videos since X23 released.
Opponent snapped.
We're just too far behind against a Bast, and I'm gonna leave.
Escaped.
To be fair, Marvel Snap's a tough game for people with confirmation bias to get over. Just because, like, the tech cards are such big, heavy swings that it creates those feelings that are easy to bias yourself with very consistently. When was the last time Second Dinner adjusted any Destroy cards via OTA? It's been a long time. I think the Venom to a 3/3 was probably the last Destroy OTA buff. Nimrod's not technically a Destroy card. Like, I get that. I get that. Same thing with Hulkbuster, right? Like, I get that those are cards that could technically be played in there, but in reality, they're not. Yes, that's also true. Not applying results-based thinking in life in general is a way to make sure you get ahead, or more specifically, don't put yourself behind. We tried Dazzler Moon Girl yet. You know, we haven't, but I like where your head's at. That's a good shout. Maybe we should do that. Like to copy a 2/8. Oh my god, they're playing Nova in their deck? Excuse me? The Rock come back this turn. That's fine, chat. I don't have the tools to fill my board up. The Rock coming back is helpful. That's actually incredible. Oh, I think we're dead. I take it back after playing more games with this one. This one did not feel reasonable. Take this one and throw it away. You just want a Moon Girl Dazzler stuff, don't I know we finished very down with this deck. Even bad beats aside, it was a bad record. You know what else will dazzle you? These 2 minutes of adverts. You know, it actually is about time for that. I'm gonna hit those while we think about what I want to play next. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Chat with the advert tee up, the real MVPs. YouTube gamers, we're 39 likes off of 200. Can a few more of you find the button? Let's do it. I'm actually not sure if I want Kyeria or Armor in this deck. Actually, Armor might just be better than Quake, with how much Destroy there's been. Quake's cute, but there's been so much Destroy. Dazzler seems okay in Bassin, Texas. Yeah, I have that in here too. The second's just like, you will not kill my things. You will not kill them, Sam I am. The big problem with trying to fit Quake into this deck is not only do you not want to play her on curve typically, but our turn 6 in this deck is often She-Hulk plus Miss Marvel, which doesn't have room to fit Quake into the mix. Destroy is like playing red right after rotation of Magic. Yeah, that is kind of apt. I will say, we were talking about what was the last time they OTA'd. How's YouTube ad revenue compared to Twitch? I never see you tell YouTube people are running ads. I tap the ad button on the YouTube platform right after I ask people to press the like button. It's also hard to distinguish what ad revenue the YouTube live streams see because it's just mixed in with just the general ad revenue that Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel makes. Hey, thanks for the half a year, Sadim. Welcome back.
Parker!
They're probably a Sentry deck. don't think there's a single reasonable person that would suggest we make changes to Leech because the card is overpowered. Its metrics definitely don't imply that. I think, however, Leech is a design that as a whole is a net negative fun on Marvel Snap, and it is fair and reasonable to be of the opinion this card removes a significant amount of my joy from the game. Please get rid of it. I think I just fill the right up with armor. And then we just like move Jeff and let him eat this. Because they can't Annie this turn. They could like Viper me, I guess, but... Okay, they're playing the Hawk build, so... Viper's not a card I should have to worry about. And honestly, I think I do this and then soak 4. We have She-Hulk and friends on the last turn. Careful, I even see them at Islas here. They're probably roping us because I full roped them, trying to think about what I wanted to do last turn. There's a lot of people in the sweaty bracket that if you rope, they rope back. Their Hawk is 12, which would put them to 7. So I think I do this and soak 3, so I go to 8 on the right. And I don't think they're putting something bigger than 12 there. This gives us 19 over here, which is likely beating Annie still. We could lose to a random Eliath, but I don't think this archetype usually has room for that. And they would need to be Eliathing the left. If they were playing a deck that Eliath was in their output range, I would have to make a different play here, but I don't think Eliath is typically in the output range of the deck that we're playing against. I think anti-fun's a bad metric because people enjoy different things. So, I actually think the argument that you can't balance around fun because fun is subjective is an awful line. I bet if you asked 1,000 people, do you find it fun to smash your hand in a car door? Almost all of them would answer no. But just because one person enjoys pain out of that 1,000 technically it's still a subjective question, even if the average case answer that reasonable people are going to give you is, no, that sucks, please don't make me do it. So I actually think the comment that always gets said of, well, some people are into that sort of thing, is in fact a very awful argument that just shouldn't be acknowledged as reasonable. So yeah, some people, that's their kink. But to act like the kink is the average case amount of stuff is just like decidedly not true, and it ignores reality. It's not a well-structured or reasonable argument. Yeah, but some people like to slam other people's hands in car doors. That's the Leech comparison. Sure, but Ben Brode is on the record explicitly talking about how they try to avoid zero-sum fun game designs in Marvel Snap. And Leech is the epitome of zero-sum fun. It is one person is miserable while this happens, in order for another person to have enjoyment.
Face the might of Asgard! Mjolnir!
Probably dead.
Wind, aid my hand.
Escaped.
Leech being symmetrical actually doesn't even fix the problem. It likely makes it worse, because then it's just a combo with infinite shit. It's not a drawback. It's a new deck building requirement that then makes it incredibly popular. Again, just as a general reminder, when I'm talking about things or changes I could potentially like to see, it's not me asking for you to redesign the card I'm talking about. In general, Second Dinner is significantly better at redesigning their Marvel Snap cards than chat is or I am. So let's leave potential redesigns to them. Like Blob is such a good case in point of that, right?
Wind, aid my hand.
Would I rather Mobius or Cosmo this turn? I'm gonna play a 3-drop this turn, and then I'm gonna pass, and then I'm gonna play Miss Marvel She-Hulk on the last turn. I think it's Mobius. Gosh, she's such a good Marvel Snap card, chat. It's gonna die to Doctor Doom. That's the problem. Yeah, all the Darkhawk decks are Doctor Doom decks. I'm just gonna leave.
Escaped.
G-Chat, haven't played against Vision Doctor Doom all day in 3 hours. Queued up with my Storm deck and immediately queued into it. The matchmaking's as rigged as the earth is flat. Wake up, sheeple, the truth is out there. Snap on, putting my favorite communist into Bar Sinister.
Victory.
The resurgence of Darkhawk is funny to me. People commenting on whatever deck I most recently played on stream as having a resurgence is what's funny to me. Let's play. Jeff looks at some data and shows how Twitch chat is silly. So, post-patch, Darkhawk has 2.3%. If we look at the last 30 days, that includes before the patch, Darkhawk has 2.4%. Fun fact, Darkhawk had adopted Leech before Blob was nerfed, so that way it could be competitive into the Blob decks. The Darkhawk deck has essentially always been competitive so long as it adapts and adjusts its tech cards to attack whatever most commonly played things are going on in the metagame. So no, it's not had a resurgence, but it was still competitive before it and will remain competitive after it, largely because they're all still playing Leech. Get these facts and numbers out of my face. I played against Darkhawk twice today. It's back. Mood. Thanks for the gifted sub. Recovering Goliath Enjoyer. Admitting you have a problem is the first step. Heal before Galactus. Thank you for the 14 months. Welcome back. Could they be Cerebro 5? Maybe. There's a Darkhawk build going around with Medusa in it. Medusa, remember, is just a generically good 2 energy card. I'll stay for the snap. We'll see if they have Killmonger or not. They could definitely be a Killmonger deck. Our deck is definitely one that the Miss Marvel nerf was not super kind to. Oh, I don't think 23 is enough to win the left. I think we're supposed to leave here. Gonna probably won if Miss Marvel had a 5th point of power too. Yep. We would have won this game if either of the Miss Marvel changes hadn't happened. I understand they play Killmonger, big baby. I wasn't certain that they could beat 23 over here, was the question. So Killmonger's a given. That's why they were snapping after they Enchantress my armor. Truly unfortunate game for variants, though. Both Mobius and Kyeria in our bottom 3 cards here. And only losing because they nerfed our card twice because of fucking lockout decks. What are Miss Marvel's stats at these days? Is she in a good amount, or has she been bullied thanks to her changes? She has okay stats and she's still pretty popular. Probably fine. This deck probably just doesn't survive her getting changed, unfortunately. Well, so, for the people that are talking about Miss Marvel still being good in, like, the various good decks you're listing, that's an unfortunate reality that happens when they nerfed B-rate cards a lot of the time. Or when they nerf cards like that. When they take a card like Miss Marvel and they nerf her, in reality, it hurts a B-rate deck like this one significantly more than it hurts the top decks, right? Like, this deck that already was like, okay, this is fringe playable if you play it well. Now you lose utility of one of your better cards, and suddenly it goes from fringe playable to now we just have to delete it. It's just the unfortunate reality of small nerfs like that. Those are one big tool to, like, throw points on the board. So the decks that are doing lots of busted things still get to continue doing lots of busted things, and Miss Marvel is slightly worse at it. And our deck here that was trying to depend on that tool is just like, you know, trash canned. Yeah, a lot of my favorite B-rate decks get caught in the Marvel Snap updates crossfire a lot. The Quinjet change, when they killed Quinjet making things free for Thanos' sins. I was very sad. Like all my favorite Quinjet Hood decks are just like jettisoned from orbit overnight. Just the biggest of sad.
I am Iron Man.
I mean, our deck would have never played a copy of Elsa. That was a very different style of deck. Whoops.
Victory.
Oh, if I don't storm here, I won't be able to miss Marvel it. It's unfortunate.
Wind, aid my hand.
Playing Marvel proactively could also be wrong, because a lot of these Loki decks are rogue decks. I'm sad, chat. I'm gonna delete this deck. Felt so reasonable for so long.
Escape.
Just does not. Does not. Alright, tap the ads button. We'll be back with another deck that we'll probably need to delete here in about 2 minutes. Thanks for checking it out. Don't go anywhere. You tried Dagger with Hercules yet? I don't think Hercules is a good card. Dagger getting better and Hercules gaining 1 more point of power doesn't change any of the problems that Hercules has. I mean, the new blob is objectively more reasonable. An output range of 15 to 30 is significantly more reasonable than the 25 to 50 range it had previously. We can do this, but it's probably bad into Killmonger, and I don't know that I could realistically fit Kyria into it. You play Moon Girl, Hawk, Marvel. Maybe that deck's doing powerful stuff, and it has enough cards to enable the new Marvel text box still. They said they explicitly want to explore 4 energy move cards. Yeah, it's just the type of effect that Hercules had explicitly just doesn't fit into that style of deck at 4 energy. Just doesn't work. The Basset Taxes deck I shoved Dazzler into, but this is another deck that I'm just not, like, this deck isn't, this archetype isn't doing anything that's objectively powerful. It simply was kind of competitive, and even then it only had middling stats on the back of Goose and Cosmo being disruptive, and Echo, Oldless had Echo, being disruptive into Lockdown and Blob decks. But this is 100% the type of deck where as the metagame gets wider and your answers are less applicable, the raw numbers you're putting out probably just aren't good enough to be worth playing. I don't know. I'm not optimistic for this, so that's why I haven't dug into it yet. These other ones that are also proving to be similar states, I'm more optimistic for. So the more I get shit on with these other ones, the less optimistic I am for that one. Looks a bit like a monkey deck. Twitch chat not suggest I put Hitmonkey in a deck that plays Mysterio challenge level impossible.
Snap. Victory.
Deck's busted, chat. Can you explain why you wouldn't want Hitmonkey in this deck? Because I don't think Hitmonkey is better than any of the other payoffs I'm already playing. Hitmonkey is a payoff that is bad against Professor X, it's bad against Leech, it's bad against Storm. The February season pass card that was leaked, Black Swan, I think her name is going to make Hitmonkey relevant again, hopefully. She will make Hitmonkey a different card. Jeff putting Nico in every deck while I only have 400 tokens. Well, I'm trying to build Dazzler decks mostly today. And yes, basically every Dazzler deck wants Nico. It's the unfortunate reality in which you live if you do not have Nico. War Machine could help Pit Monkey, maybe. Oh. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 17. I gain 6 over here up to 18. Yeah, they don't have Goliath. We know they don't have Goliath. I lost the coin flip. Frustrating. Oh. Should have muted preemptively. I won the coin flip after I cheesed you with Professor X on turn 4. Good game, fist bump. It was interesting and skill testing.
Oh, snap.
We do this. The next turn we like play Bishop plus Kitty. Then we beast on 5. Hulk Buster, my lizard. Okay. So Falcon makes beasting this turn more appealing. Because then next turn I get to go Bishop 0/0/0 Falcon. It could be a Scar deck. Yeah, it's a good shout. Read from the chat. Yes, Angela could potentially end up in Warrior Falls. For sure. They have a copy of Bishop. Don't know that I want to play for Monster Island super hard because it could be a Shang deck. How do I know they could be a Shang deck? Because every Marvel Snap deck is a Shang deck, chat. So this is 6, 7, so this is 9, 12, 15 over here. And then the Mysterio clone dies. Then I'm playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this goes to 20, and then this goes -4. I need numbers from these for Angela to beat Namor, chat. I don't think people understand that I need numbers from Bast and Forge in order to be bigger than Namor here.
Victory.
The deck command is tied to the Untap bot. Untap's been having some problems today. I think it's this. So, this is annoying, but I'm gonna beast all of these back to my hand so I can actually get into Crimson Cosmos here thanks to Beast. Let's tap on the lockjaw going right. We drew the Falcon as well here, which is good for us. Oh, I did overfill my hand, though. Really need to draw any of the cards out of my deck here, right? Let's put this, and this back to my hand. Hawkeye is going to be 11 next turn. I'm gonna go Forge into this, which puts me to 11 over here. I think Hawkeye needs to be in play to get his bonus, though, right? Actually, don't recall exactly how that works. We're gonna err on the side of that needing to be a thing. And then we do this. I think I need to hedge the center a little bit just in case they're Dracula high rolls. This is gonna be 6, and then 6 is 12, and this is 16. So I'm at 11, 16, 14, 21. So 21, 16, 16, 11. Barely been. Okay.
Victory.
Ah, yes, my 922nd Bishop booster, as opposed to my 30th Dazzler booster. Kind of unlucky. Our deck is normally very good into this location, but we don't have any of our 1 energy cards. Man, what a game. Do you have any thoughts on them giving Dazzler a considerable buff while her cash bundle is in the shop? Why does that matter? Actually, don't even need to give you thoughts on that. I could just tell you verbatim what Second Dinner has told us, which is bundles in the shop do help dictate the timing of buffs. So for example, there is a running list of cards at Marvel Snap that the Second Dinner team wants to eventually buff up, and occasionally which content is running when will push the team towards which cards get buffed sooner. So yes, the bundle currently in the shop is likely part of the reason why they finally pulled the trigger on buffing Dazzler. But also at the same time, I do not think it is problematic that that is something that happened. I think that articulates my position on it. So yes, what you're kind of implying or talking about is true, but also that's fine. No, it's not a coincidence. Almost assuredly, Dazzler got moved up on the list of buffs in terms of timing because there's a bundle, but also that's fine. We have enough energy next turn for Falcon. So, Falcon here isn't just about, you're right that the energy on Falcon here is a little bit awkward next turn, but the other reason to Falcon this turn is they're a Killmonger deck, and I have to throw priority this turn. It is very important that my opponent have priority so I don't get Killmongered. So I can forge Nico, who then gets doubled up to 8, and Hawk is going to 4, so this is 12 in the middle. Where do I want the real Slim Shady to end up at for this? I think it might be left, just so I'm kind of big in the middle. And then I'm playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. This is going to 22 over here with the Dazzler. I unfortunately can't fill this last slot in. So I'm going to 22, I'm going to 14 in the middle, and I'm going to +7, 12 on the left. Yeah, it's probably good enough to stay. Hey, look, chat. It's the Killmonger I played around. Got him. Sweet. This archetype has the highest amount of skill expression in Marvel Snap. To take my own horn and toot it vigorously on stream for you. There are so many small sequencing decisions that make or break the games that you play with it. Basically, every game you play with this type of deck, you will walk away from going, oh, there was something I could have done better, or oh, that broke in the way we needed it to. And so it's like just like think of how many different ways I could have sequenced this last turn, right? Like, there's just so many. Even turn 5 was crucial too, right? Just like understanding the matchup that I'm in and knowing that I need to try and not have priority going into the last turn. Like, for example, I promise you if I post a highlight with this deck, I'm going to get half a dozen or more Jeff, can I put Kyaria in this deck? But the solution to beating this card with this deck isn't play Kyaria, it's play better. You don't have room to play Kyeria on curve. Kyeria is bad with your Bast. To not lose to this card, you just need to think about it and play better. It's get good is the answer. I'll wait on Hawkeye, I think, without any bounce cards in hand. That's a piece of candy. So, this is a little thing, but it's a big thing. I'm playing Bast into the unknown location here. Anybody want to tell me why? What's the reason to play Bast right here? It's not because of what this location, it's because of my hand. What card in my hand is the reason why I want to play Bast right here? Angela is the reason we want to play Bast on the right. Angela is a card that needs a location with as many spots as possible to play into. And by playing Bast right into a location that might not give her more spots, I leave myself more options in these other locations into where it can be ideal to play Angela out to. We also get random locations that are beneficial for this to be played into, like Hellas here, like we get super paid off in this instance, but it's because Angela is in my hand and these locations are both good to play Angela into that we play Bast right. And that's one of those things where, like, people always ask, like, okay, when do we play cards into the face down? It's just like, well, it's not a you always do this or never do this type thing, right? The answer is, well, it depends. Jeff confirmed do A2. Yeah, basically. All right, so I'm definitely playing Angela this turn. And then the question is, am I teeing Nico up to draw cards next turn? If I draw Hood or Forge, it's pretty good. Falcon too is honestly fine. But I could also just play the Mysterio out next turn and crack him. And if I end up playing the Mysterio out, I kind of don't want to play Nico middle. Although if I draw Beast, I'm going to want to have had Nico middle. That's close. It's close. I don't know where I want to put the Nico here. Oh, whenever I destroy returns with Valley. That's a really good shout, actually. I wasn't thinking about that. That might actually mean we eat the Dazzler. Yeah? How do we feel about eat the Dazzler? Nico eating Dazzler. I bet there's some Marvel fanfic out there about that one if you look hard enough. Scoreless Storm, thank you for the 13 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh my gosh. We drew 2x Nico and we have the Forge. Oh my god, my brain just exploded with possibilities. Holy, okay, so it's Forge, the Nico, and then it's Hawkeye, and then it's Mysterio, and then it's Kitty Pride. This puts me to, this is 8, 10 from Lake Hellas. This is 8. I'm 18 here. And how many am I mid? I'm 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, and I'm 15 middle. So I'm 15, 18, and then over here on the left, I'm playing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to 21, and then this is getting +4, so I'm going to 25. So we're 25, 15, 18, ship it. Let's see if we counted right. All right, and they -2'd us here, so we were at 18. We did it. They played one big card. Yep.
Victory.
Is it correct to Nico the Falcon is set on turn 5 of the Dazzler in case they magic the left? Yes, maybe. But then I couldn't make my... The problem with Nicoing the Falcon instead of the Dazzler was then I couldn't make the Nico eating Dazzler joke. So it's probably inoptimal to go with that line. Woo, that's a piece of candy. What would I draw next turn that would punish me for waiting to bast? Beast? Anything else benefits? I'm gonna wait a turn to bast. We're definitely basting on 2 because I want a bishop on 3. Rewarded. How's this deck doing? I am having a ton of fun playing this deck, and we are 1 more matches that I've lost. That being said, you should understand my opinion on decks like this is incredibly biased because Kitty, Pride, and Nico are my 2 favorite Marvel Snap cards. My untapped stats say we're currently 5-1 with this one this afternoon. Holy.
Snap.
How safe those squirrels are right now. Yep.
Victory.
Forge buffs all the Mysterios. Incorrect. Forge buffs the leftmost Mysterio. Forge and Nico only impact the leftmost Mysterio. It's only cards that impact things while they are in your hand or deck, like Nakia or Bass, that impact all the Mysterios. In your opinion, what's been holding Bounce back in the recent metagames? The existence of prison decks, and then the existence of Blob being a bigger number than you can compete with. But this is the type of deck where you can overpower a 20 power Blob, but you couldn't ever overpower a 40 power blob. I think I'm basting on one this game. Am I? Because I kind of want to get Kitty going, right? Yup. Finally, it's her. Do I want to compete? Do I want to compete with the Brood? The problem here is that the average Brood deck's a Killmonger deck. Ooh, maybe not. But it's got some spice. Is this like the old Patriot Forge deck?
Clear for takeoff.
I think this might be like the old Patriot Forge deck, gamers. Which was still a Surfer deck, but it wasn't a Killmonger Surfer deck, for reference. Yeah, some kind of greedy Onslaught Patriot. Maybe Ultron. Whoo! Which of these is better? Bouncing Hawkeye doesn't do much at this point. Bouncing Forge seems beneficial. I'll stay.
Behold my mighty hand.
Oh, what's the math if they Mystique Onslaught? It's a fucking lot, right? One, two, three, four, five, six. Fine, spew some cubes. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals! We got him. We got him! I think we were beating the Mystique for some combinations. Can we count it? How big was Mystique here? So if they Mystiqued the Onslaught, she would have been 4. Mystique is +6 to everything. Is she? Is it really that much? I thought it only takes it to +4. Everything's +6 with 2 Onslaughts in it. It's +6. Okay, so this would have been 13, and the Mystique would have been 6 for 19. They would have just needed anything else with the Mystique. Okay, we would have died to the Mystique. But we didn't die to this, so. £11 Dazzler's not bad. Woo! 3 more Dazzler boosters. 3 more Dazzler boosters. Hey, Nicholson. Thank you for the almost 3 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Oh, we definitely shouldn't have stayed there. 0%. 0% chance that staying was correct. When you can't play Kitty into the first location, always play Kitty into the third location because the center could be deep space. Don't get your Kitty stranded, gamers. I'm trying to debate if I'm going to have time to beast my Falcon. I think the answer is a firm maybe. I think I should be snapping them too here. Let's wait and see what the third location is, but I think we're probably favored at this point. Interesting. And then I, being the incredibly talented card gamer that I am, naturally drew 0 rocks in the Subterranean Elementus game. Like, Marvel Snap's like this incredibly skill-testing low variance game, and moments like this really hammer that home. Oh, shit! We don't draw a card this turn. That hurts. I think it's this. I think it's this. Or would I rather get Hawkeye building up? Could also be right to get demons going. Do I have room for demons? I'm not sure that I have room for lots of demons. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Final answer. A HUD? For me? You shouldn't have. No, really, I'm gonna bounce it with Falcon. You shouldn't have. Demon comes to my hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 come back to my hand. Yes? Yes? Yes. Does that matter? It doesn't, right? It hurts Dazzler. Okay, it does hurt Dazzler. Here's a question. Does Hawkeye still get +3? I think he does, right? Oh, they played hard for the right. Shit. Oh no. They get like Shang cheat or something. Fuck me. What a lucker. What a lucker. If I'd have put Kitty on the right, we would have won. Wait, did they also draw no rocks? Did they have one? They had one, right? Okay. I should have, that's on me. I should have been thinking about Shang. I should have been thinking about Shang, and because of Shang, I should have put Kitty and Demon here. And if I would have put Kitty and Demon here, we would have crushed them. Oh, Blade discarded the other. Yeah. So despite low variance to good variance here, if I would have put Kitty, Demon here, we would have won. We were, in fact, having too much fun to think about Shang. That is actually what happened. Opponent not snapping back with Shang is such a blunder. I mean, is it? If I play the game well, I torched them. I would have taken 8 cubes. I think your take on them not snapping is very biased by the fact that you're watching me play. And you knew the mistake I was making. Yeah, that's also true. If they snap back, we're more likely to think about Shang as a card. It is 100% accurate. I'm gonna wait to play out a card since they're giving us an extra turn. Who's a good Cosmo? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Jubilee Magic. Okay, so they're Living Tribunal then. Definitely Living Tribunal. I'm vibing for a turn on this. Could be a funky negative deck. Yeah, statistically they're Living Tribunal though. I should probably snap them here. Falcon or Nico Rug Pull are our two best hits here.
Mighty hand.
So, because they have the potential to Living Tribunal here, generally speaking, we want to play hard for 2 paths. Hey, GG's fix it. Good luck on the rest of your games today. So I think I'm going to end up punting here. And we'll play for here and here. I don't know that we're going to be big enough on the left to beat the Living Tribunal is the problem.
The mystery intrigues me.
Okay, so I have to count, this is 18, 18, I needed you last turn, asshole. 18 times 4 is, I need a calculator. 18 times 4 is 72, 75 divided by 3 is 25. I don't know that I could beat 25 here. So Dazzler is 6. Yeah, because I can't. I need a Deco. This is only +1 up to 13. And then Dazzler is 6 up to 19. And then Hawkeye is 3 up to 22. And then we do get to win the center because we're going +12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Would we have won if we would have been able to fill here? No, we still would have been short, right? And again, if you're wondering why you struggle to climb at Marvel Snap, your inability to do what I just did there is the #1 thing people need to improve at Marvel Snap. Being able to look at your opponent's deck and go, this is their best possible play. Can we beat it? If no, we need to bounce. Because remember, there's only 1 card left in their deck here, chat. They're incredibly likely to have Iron Man for here and get to that 25 in every spot. So you need to be able to calc what their output range is and then know what yours is and if you can match it or not. Gotta know what to play around, chat. A lot like these 2 minutes of adverts. You could have subscribed to play around them, but now you must endure. We'll see you in 120 seconds for some more bounce gameplay. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Have some ads as well, YouTube gamers. Enjoy. Yep, well, they're holding me hostage. They got me. Woo! I need credits, chat. We need credits to get her to gold on gold. So we have some credits. I had to get my collection track here, thankfully. Need to claim 6 of these. 1, 2, 3. Thanks for the 14 months, by the way, Bootman. I appreciate it. Do you know if you have any Snap Shillionaires yet? Subs that started watching you and you switched to Snap? I'm not sure, Corliss. I don't think so. We might by now. It's been over a year. It's a little over a year for a regular sub to hit 1 million shillings. Can we put Collector in this deck? I simply don't think Collector is better than any of the other payoffs we're already playing. Like, why not Collector? Why not Hitmonkey? Why not other things? The answer is we just already have a bunch of payoffs in the deck. Like, do you think Collector is consistently bigger than Dazzler or Angela? Maybe, but my gut says no. Maybe he's better than Angela. That could be something worth testing. Is Grandmaster a bounce card? Very likely. I'm looking forward to trying Grandmaster in this deck for sure. Hawkeye. Do I have enough boosters to go for a split on Hawkeye? I don't, right? This needs 140, and these need 180. 140 and 180 is 320. We're real close. We're real close to be able to try for that 4th split ink. What's going on, Drew Allen? Thanks for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Just play this on 1 with this hand. Light Carrier, thank you for the 15 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Well, this is gonna be a somewhat high variance endeavor, or not. Yeah, I think that's a good take, Woody. I think Angela's a better card than Collector in the games where things aren't necessarily going our way. It's a pretty solid summary. I'm gonna draw Falcon or Beast next turn, right, Cope? Yes, Hawkeye's auto reveal gets canceled if he turns into a beast. I'm gonna give the Forge boost to Hood, actually, I think. Spread that power out.
Snap.
Next OTA is in 2 weeks. Correct. Yeah, the February 1st. OTA February 1st, patch February 6th. Wait, that's great for me. Thanks, bud. Appreciate you. How sick would it have been if they would have pulled Beast or Falcon for us? A little sad that didn't happen. Can't play Falcon, right? Because it takes 4 away from here. We're going to lose the Great Web either way. I don't think that's a guarantee. It depends on what they play and what gets pulled. Because remember, we're pulling the Gladiator out and then something else is getting sucked back in. It's not guaranteed to be something that's as large as Gladiator. Looks so good, gold on gold chat. I think this hand was arguably turn 1 snappable without the Abbey, and with the Abbey, it's just... Let's go. Is Abbey your favorite new location in recent history? Yes. Abbey is really good for the types of cards I enjoy playing. Holy crap. Twitch is increasing the price of Turbo to $16 a month. Good God. I thought it was too much when it went up for me. Yeah, that was what I heard from a lot of people. I heard from a lot of people that they canceled when it went up for me. And I can't say I blame them. Oh, this seems absurd. So we get to go Falcon, and then we'll go Hawkeye Kitty into Kitty Beast. by playing around Killmonger this turn. I'm gonna be greedy and say no. I need the Wolverine to not go, right? Perfect. We retain priority now. So this lets me play around Killmonger this turn now. Because I get to go Kitty into Beast. Think I snap at this point? I don't think doubling the Beast is useful considering I have Falcon returning to my hand. I think if I wasn't returning Falcon, I'd consider doubling the Beast, but with Falcon coming back, that costs 1 energy. I think the Beast is just redundant and won't get used. Yeah, if this was a limbo game, we could do that, but it's not a limbo game. We're just not gonna have time. Isn't he pretty, chat? Gorgeous. Gorgeous. Rats. Really hoping for Killmonger here.
Enough said, Bob.
It's a shame we don't have the copy mode on Nico this turn. Plus mode on Nico's not bad. Yes! Yes. Cool. And we dodged priority. I didn't play Dazzler left because, again, I need to make sure I don't have priority going into the last turn. So this is one of those, I just need to make sure getting Killmongered is not an option. So this Hawkeye is 10. We're in Shang territory now. Yeah, I don't think I was ever in a spot to beat Shang, though. This is 10, 16, 15... 10, 16, 10, 16, 15. This only gets us to 19 in the center, right? Which means I'm not winning there. Am I? 10, 16, 15, 10, 16, oh, 21, 25. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. Yeah, I think this is right. Yeah, I was miscounting. I said 10, 16, 15. It's 10, 16, 21. Counting and stuff. You can shrink null by popping the hood. That's an interesting thought. Or it could be an extra card for Mojo World. I think we're supposed to have it be the extra card for Mojo World, but killing the hood to shrink the null is a novel dynamic to think about. I've played a lot of Bounce these past 2 seasons. I found Collector gets bigger than Angela on average, but gives you more play against Clutter and Lockout decks. With Bishop, it's another card that adds stats later. Angela is more consistent, though. I would agree with you that I would be more interested in Collector if I was playing against a lot of Storm and Professor X. However, those are not cards I've run into a lot today. So I think I'd rather have the more average, consistent card. Spartacus, thank you for the 27 months. Welcome back. I think that's a really, really good, solid summary of it. Pepperians. Do I want to turn Hood into a demon knowing that I could Falcon it back? I think I probably do still. It's just hard to pass up the guaranteed turn Hood into something useful. Oh my gosh, are we playing a mirror? I think we're playing a mirror, chat. I think we're past the point of Bass being useful. Not a mirror, okay. Are they... Well, they're not Cerebra 3. Their deck is gorgeous. Holy, this variant looks great. This variant looks great, gold and inked. I have that one in gold. It's not the beast I wanted for Christmas. Could be Sarah. Maybe Bast is kind of uncommon in Sarah, right? It could be. This could be a Killmonger matchup we're about to get beaten though, for sure. Oh, not playing a demon out means I missed my draw next turn. This is where I would put my undo all action buttons if I had one. It's a pretty big swing and a miss on my part. Need to play a demon to the right. The reason for not playing Bast. I'm actually not sure if this is a serious question. Twitch chat. Twitch, I've been so hurt today by Twitch chat. They might be a Moon Girl Dazzler deck. That's a good shout. I think it's this. This is 17. That's probably too much on the left. They might just not want to compete in my Dazzler path, though. I'm gonna go to 10 here. Puts me to 16, 22. 22 is probably overkill. I think we lose the left. Yeah, they just didn't compete on the right. Rats. Oh wait, are we good still? No, we lose the breaker by 1! By 1 point! Fuck. I forgot Nico was giving us 2 more. Damn it. So close. Their deck's sweet, all inked, except for their Dazzler. We forged wrong. I mean, I explicitly forged this demon. We just lost the end game spew, right? Like, there's a different game where they hit monkey on the right and then we lose. Or then we win. Kinda hard to know which one they're playing into. I did not see the Khazar bundle. We're clicking into the shop now. We just finished a game, gamers. Oh, good. It's a bundle I get to skip. God bless. My wallet size and safety. Wait, is it Infinite Conquest Week already? This is the first time they've had Infinite Conquest tickets before Infinite Conquest Week, right?
Oh, snap.
So this is like, okay. So the way I would think about this bundle, if you're someone who cares about collector's tokens, is normally it's 4,200 gold for 3,000 collector's tokens. So 7,000 minus 4,200 is 2,800. So you're kind of getting the base token rate plus 6,000 credits for 2,800 gold. This is like it's fine. Like I don't think I would consider this one good, but if you need tokens and you want the art, it's fine. I think the people who complain about random conquest tickets inside of bundles are the biggest, whiniest idiots in the world. You can literally count the, like, look at what I just did there. I just didn't even consider the infinite tickets as part of the value of the bundle at all. And I compute it purely based on the other resources, and then the random tickets here are just easy, extra free stuff on top of it all. What's going on, Maddie? Thank you for putting up with me for over 7 years now. We should find some Lorcana stuff, yeah, for sure. Yeah, the tickets are the same as the boosters. You just consider them irrelevant, and there's no need to complain about them. Just act like they're not there. Because basically they're not. Yeah, they're like the free fortune cookie that comes with your meal. Exactly correct. fast. Falcon means I can play Hood out here at least. Play Bishop to the right just in case it ends up being a danger room. People complain because they think second dinner lowered the other rewards to added tickets. Yes, I agree people complain because they're not smart and don't understand the economy. Accurate summary. It's just like the gold tickets inside of the reserves, right? Like, I get enough gold tickets every season. The gold tickets inside of the reserves are worthless to me, but also, like, they didn't replace valuable rewards with gold tickets. They merged other rewards in the exact same quantity into more slots and added the gold tickets as an extra. The only complaint is it kind of devalues Conquest because so many people have so many tickets, they start treating it like it doesn't matter. I mean, the treating it like it doesn't matter is something that happens either way. If you want to play competitively, Conquest is just not the competitive game mode. It's just like the blunt truth of it. All right, so Falcon's going to bounce these two back to my hand. And then next turn, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 energy worth of stuff to do. That sounds good. I might not be able to throw priority here is potentially problematic. Losing in the center. K-Area Zabu's a weird combination. How big is this thing they're playing? Oh, they're this stack. Okay. Hey, this is gonna come down to the safety room. What if I assume they shang me on the right? They end up at 10 there. And then this gives me 13 here. This falls everywhere and gets Dazzler up, assuming that Danger Room lets all my things live, which is not likely. This beats Shang here, though. Shang plus Ghost Rider is what we're worried about. If any of these live, we beat Shang Ghost Rider. Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? Got him.
Victory.
All right, gamers, it's about time for our ad break. We're gonna play a little bit more of this one when we get back, and then we'll probably switch over to doing some decks for the weekend missions here. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We were winning the breaker by 1 even if every card died. That's a good shout. So we're locked there. Enjoyed the Scar Nihilist deck throughout the season. Glad you're having fun with it late night. Appreciate the 17 months. Cosmo Dot, thank you for the quarter of a year. Afternoon. Win a location with 10 power or less seems like a weird one for this weekend mission. It doesn't really help Meek or Scar. Usually that third one helps applies to like one of the 2 cards you want to play with.
Oh, snap.
Scar Annihilus, is there a highlight on that? There is, yeah. I think that one was on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel. I think it was the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel one the day the new card released, if I recall correctly, the day Scar released. It's been a minute though. Fine, put her in the sewer system. So Mysterio, when it gets hit by Wakandan Embassy, has plus, it'll be 6 on the main one and 2 on the subs.
Wind, aid my
Bishop
hand.
into Asgard, looking good for us here. I mean, honestly, I think I just do this, huh? And then we like beast the center back next turn. Which content creator posted Celine Galactus? Binks is the resident Galactus enjoyer. I think it's this. Honestly, I'm gonna snap him. They have a hard time keeping up. I think I needed to commit the real Mysterio right so we can keep up with things like Miss Marvel and Doctor Doom. Just don't want to leave it up to chance by being greedy. A fucking coin flip to lose. That's so frustrating. I mean, their bad card was shit if they don't win the 50-50.
Escaped.
If we draw a Falcon, we're maybe still fine. We get a free Angela on the left, huh? DC is good for us at least.
Oh, snap.
Stanos, I don't think so. They're probably a low collection level player.
Victory.
Hey, Silence, can you post a chat for me? It makes it easier for me to gift the sub. We should probably have a pretty good time maintaining the castle bonus. I guess if I Falcon the Hawkeye back next turn, maybe we'll lose it for a spot, but we're just not even gonna try. Okay. Torch, sure. Love another 1-drop that we'd like to bounce. Well, that certainly qualifies. Why not play the hood? Because I didn't want to have the -3 on the left side. So I could be more likely to keep the extra armor. Are they gonna fix the bug with Deco not showing her spell? Hopefully soon. It's real annoying. Better play Clone Demons on the Vats. Yeah, I got there. They must be a Heimdall gamer, right? Will this get bigger than a demon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It will. I want to play Hawkeye outright. A couple of ways this could go. Castle Blackstone triggers before Kitty comes back to my hand? That doesn't seem right. So, Contesting the left is suddenly very difficult. Same. Maybe I should have put my other demon in the center. I'm beating Heimdall, right? It's just the classic Heimdall lose the game. Classic boomer snap Heimdall lose the game.
Victory.
Sounds about right. But man, did they win the left. Certainly did. Dominated me. Kitty plus Bass was one more than Mysterio. Good catch. You are correct. That's a pretty good one. Let's see, it could be worth snapping on one, honestly. Wait and see what information we get from locations and stuff first, though. See what else their deck is doing. Worth noting that Dream Dimension does typically favor the Sunspot deck. I want to avoid playing into Mojo World early if possible because playing into Mojo World is a good way to ensure you have priority, and ideally I do not want to have priority. If it wasn't for Dream Dimension, I'd snap this game, but Dream Dimension is really good. With that draw, do I just go Kitty into Hawkeye into Forge, or sorry, Angela into Hawkeye into Forge into Kitty, Falcon the back next turn? Yeah, I think that's the play. And actually, do I do this into Mojo World then instead? That's probably better, right?
Snap. Victory.
I think people getting smoked by Bounce contributed to the rise of Goliath, though I think Goliath was just an overtuned, fucked up 6-drop finisher that in tandem with other cards that restrict your ability to play was just too good. I don't think Blob or Goliath were metagame considerations. They were just cards that were really pushed. play my cards out here proactively because I'm gonna be bouncing all these friendos back to my hand. And then DC's actually kind of great, huh? So the Raptors are 3s here, and my Mysterio is 5 here. I could get punished playing Angela to the right, but I kind of want to. I guess I could play her left. Yeah, playing her left is probably fine, because I know I'm going to be able to clean that out. I don't want to get caught in, like, Crimson Cosmos or something. I don't know. There's just, like, next turn I get to play these two into her. I'm going to gamble on the right. If it ends up being a reasonable location for us, I'll snap next turn. But wait, I'm gonna play to the right, and I'm gonna wait a turn to snap. I think that's fine, right? Because I'll be able to beast this next turn.
Snap.
Yes, playing her left gives away information is accurate. Kind of tells my opponent why I'm snapping as well. It's a good shout. Maybe I should have put Falcon here, because it's kind of awkward to bounce these back to my hand now. I lose... Do I do this now, actually? Yeah, I think I do this now, actually. Small mistake here. Nightcrawler, Jeff, Shuri. Yeah, it could be a vision, for sure. Just red skull. Okay, so that's 8. This is 10. And this is 6. 7, 8. So this is 18. This is 26. This is 26 in the center. This is 32. This is 34. I think we stay. We're beating Taskmaster. We're beating Taskmaster, we're beating, like, zeros alongside it too, right? Or we're a little bit short of that. Forge into Dazzler, I think, was beating a 0 in the center, or were we one short? No, yeah, we're beating 0 in the center too. I think that's a world record Raptor for me.
Victory.
Yeah, Dazzler just being a 2/6 here looks really good, right? And like this deck, like, occasionally fills every location, but like filling 2 is typical, and her just being a 2/6 in those games has been superb. Fun mix of location variants that game. Letting us cobble something together here. A 2/6 that you're also not afraid to bast. Yeah, that's a big leg up for this deck, for sure. Not a bad day's work, gamers. Doesn't even really count if you don't tweet a screenshot, chat. Is it Monkey just too expensive or doesn't fit into the game plan? Yes. It's just worse than the other options. I think the only card I'd consider swapping in this deck is Collector for Angela, and I'd only make that swap if you're expecting to play against a lot of Storm and Professor X. Based on what I've been playing against, I would not make changes. Oh, it looks kind of ugly. Try and do it in a way that's square. What if I zoom here? Perfect. Nailed it. Hawkeye is out of place in that shot. I think we technically have enough Hawkeye boosters to try for a 4th split ink. So I'll add him to the list of cards to upgrade eventually. But I think, unfortunately, all right, chat, does Hawkeye belong in the mid cards category or the bad cards category? Maybe he deserves the mid cards. I'm gonna put him in mid. Yeah, I don't know that he's fully bad. I think mid is probably deserved. Oh, I think I actually got my 0 split, actually. I see that one at the top waiting for stuff. I did that one. I did finish him, yep. Which werewolf deck would you recommend as the most smooth-brained, non-bouncing, making headaches? We have the boosters we need. All right, Duck. We'll split him here. We'll try for it. I think this Thor wolf is the smoothest brain wolf deck, probably. There's no bouncing required, and it's pretty reasonable. All right, Hawkeye. Hey, Y-Sticks, thank you for the 55 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I'm starting to think Duck Doolittle is an Alta Jeff to justify whaling. Listen, chat. Laundering money via bits would be incredibly expensive. I'm sure criminals have a better way to approach that than this. Is the next Spotlight key text new? No, that's been there for a while. All right, bro. Can we hit that 4th split ink magic? Never lucky rubber ducky. We did get a purple border though, so it's not all bad. Can call Bast bounce a success. Maybe Hawkeye's just destined for gold, gamers. We'll definitely be visiting more of this one. 1, 2, 3. I was only our 4th split. You consider putting Elsa in this deck. I think Elsa is similar to Collector. She's just like the you know, 4th or 5th best payoff. One more split. Chat, we're out of Hawkeye boosters, which means in order to split, I have to pay for credits and gold. 1,800 gold is like $25 or $30. It's a lot. I very, very rarely pay full credits for splits. Yeah, it's like $25 worth of stuff. All right, what are we doing? I want to clear my weekend missions, I think. Meek in my deck. Let's go grab the stock discard deck with Meek. That one had pretty okay numbers last I checked. Oh, this build's playing Samurai. Samurai and Shag. Because why wouldn't you have Shag in your discard deck? Babbers Gak, thank you for the half a year. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I believe Elsa has pretty bad stats. I believe the whole Elsa Kitty Angela package is mid. Ooh, her win rate's actually higher than I was expecting. Wow, she has better stats than Angela? That actually surprises me. They ain't what they used to be. Hey, Faber, thanks for the half year. Appreciate it. Angela did nothing wrong. Angela 100% deserved the nerf that she got you. Oh, I accidentally queued up for ladder with this deck. I guess we'll see if that's a mistake. I had intended to go play Conquest, but I also just went on autopilot. I think Loki's role will be in this patch. Last I checked, the Loki deck had fine stats. And then next turn, we could just Silver Samurai. This might just be like a Colleen Sif double swarm last turn. Oh, they're a blue Marvel deck. That might actually be a really good hit for us, huh? If I hold the Swarm, the Morbius, and the Meek both get bigger. But do I need that? I'd rather just be 12 on the left. Meek doesn't get bigger from Dark Dimension discards. Really? Well, that's fun to know. That means he stays here, though, too. Yeah, I think we stay. That's after the last turn. No, dude. Alright, let's play it on the ladder. See how this goes. Solid curve here, 2, 3, 4. Curving right on out the door. Now we'll play Dakin, so that way if we draw Blade, we can go Morbius Blade next turn. Yikes! Oh, that's funny. The wave made their Sarah match the costs of the other cards in their hand, and then Lady Sif bend it. Can't stay.
Escaped.
Why does Kyria need to do her sound effect every time a 1-drop hits the battlefield? Listen, chat. You can only dream of having someone at home waiting for you that gets excited for you as Kyria gets for a 1-drop. Just let her live her life, okay?
I am reborn.
Wind, aid my hand.
Like a copy of Swarm, please. Shang-Chi. don't have Morbius or Dracula to play into the flooding. Meek can potentially get into there later, though. Probably a fish. Well, they're also a discard deck, sure. Do we believe in Meek, though? Someone's gotta. Our opponent is currently teaching us why I am not qualified to play discard. Or Pixels, more luck. Yeah, I got a 12 here in the middle.
Escaped.
Meek always wins for us. I don't think Meek's winning that game, chat. He's only, even if we assume Meek jumps left, they discard Apocalypse, they gain 16 here, and they go to 18, which we're still short on. It's gotta be something pretty absurd to hit the wall of shame 2099. You can't just put every single wanker that salts off about getting timed out in there. They gotta be an extra special level of stupid. For any of our ones or twos here. Onesies, twosies. That'll do pig. That'll do. I'm actually gonna put Morbius on the right here, I think. Am I? Yeah, I'm gonna put Morbius on the right just in case it's a location I can't play it to. I think my favorite comments from those are the ones that lack the self-awareness to be like, and they make a claim that like they're writing this giant message out because they really don't care. And it's just like, you know what I do when I don't care about something? I sit there and write a giant fucking paragraph about how much I don't care about it. It's like, sure thing, bud. You really don't care. So,
Inevitable.
the only thing that gives me pause on Stamp here, well, two things. One, they can Space Stone out now. Two, the other thing that gives pause is, they, could rune us with a Magneto in the center. Really? I'd have been greedier than them.
I am Apocalypse.
Oh! Silver Samurai hits Blob now. Well, that's great.
Victory.
Hey, Rufio, thanks for the entire year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Let's get you a sword to go with that shield. Any merit to Ravona with Blob and then Taskmaster? Now, yeah, there were some people talking about that variation on Twitter. It's probably fine. I'd rather blade the apocalypse. I think I rather would. It's close though. Less resource efficient this, but it gets our apocalypse charging up. Devil, thank you for the 43 months. Welcome back. I didn't know MODOK into this deck. Well, we've only played like 6 games, and this is our first time drawing him, so you know. Average discard luck. I did get my free Doctor Ratio inside of Star Rail. I play Star Rail almost every day. My energy in that game usually doesn't cap.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, I think we step here for sure. We have the Decade into the MODOK, into the Apocalypse. Pal World has me hooked. I've heard good things about Pal World, but I don't have time for another thing. They probably bail out of here, right? Oh, Pal World's only early access? I thought it actually released. Less interest. I don't do early access games really, chat. Unless it's a card game. Anything that's gonna remotely have a story or a world I care about, I'll let it finish. I don't want to beta test. I want to play a game. I want to play a finished product. Well, they Heimdalled this turn. Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
And reborn.
I mean, Pal World's not the kind of game I'd play on stream. Anyways. Sponsored thing, sure, but non-card games. You stick to the card game variety. The tough part here is they know we have a 16 power apocalypse. So this is kind of a mediocre cube value stay, because like, if they stay, we're losing. But if they leave, we can win. This is like the core problem with this discard deck. And in my opinion, the discard archetype is the opposite problem that Loki has when you look at like public trackers. I think anytime you look at discard stats on the public tracker, your stats, if you're playing this deck towards the top of the ladder, are going to be much worse because good players trash this type of deck that's very face up. Your cube equity is terrible because they only stay in games where they know they're winning, and they get to leave games where they know they're losing. So your actual win rate with a deck like this has to be absurd to come out ahead, because if you're playing against reasonable people, you're never winning a lot, you're often losing many. Speaking of losing, all the people that aren't subbed, got 2 minutes of adverts for you. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're gonna see if we can snag 2 more Mequins with this. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Did Garrett give up after Chavez? I haven't seen Garrett in a while. Been a hot second. There's somewhere where people keep track of bot names so you can look up your freeze wins. So there's a public bot list. However, the existence of said public bot list adds layers of gamers being gamers, because the existence of it being known means other humans will often change their names to match things on the bot list. They bot cosplay. There isn't. The only 100% surefire way to know you have queued into a bot in Marvel Snap currently is snapping and then immediately ending your turn and seeing if it ends the turn instantly. Anybody telling you any other way is surefire to know you're queued into a bot is misinformed and doesn't understand. Oh yeah, the seasonal music is broken. I wonder what caused that. If you look on the Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel, I had a Scar deck that posted Wednesday, I think. That'll be, well, maybe I play the Annihilus Scar deck today to do something a little different after this one. But I like the werewolf Scar deck that I posted earlier this week. Will you split MODOK eventually? Yeah, at some point, I'll have 6,000 credits spare. I'll have worked through all the cards I care about splitting more than MODOK, and I will split MODOK. But that moment is probably pretty far off. I think we're dead. Are we supposed to just samurai? Maybe?
Escaped.
Yeah, I agree. This deck seems less fun and honestly less powerful than doing the Wong stuff. This is the best stats on Untapped, Woody. I just wanted to kick the tires on it and see how it goes, but yeah, I think this this archetype is just past its prime. The Shag is disturbing to me. The list with Shag has significantly better stats than the one without. Oh. That's because most gamers below your MMR hate retreating. That's true. Accurate statement. Can you explain what seems out of place with Shang in a deck like this? I don't get when and why you include him. So Shang-Chi is an interactive card that's designed to disrupt the strategy your opponent is executing. A deck like this is a highly synergistic deck that relies on having the right combination of cards in the right order to make your game plan work. And generally speaking, if you feel your deck isn't in a spot where it can make numbers big enough to compete in terms of raw stats with these other decks, and you feel compelled to play Shang, that's usually indicative of the fact that your deck's just not good enough. Not that you should be putting Shang into a deck like this. Eek! Damn. Oh, I got a cube! Thank you, kind stranger. I'm sure that was a great explanation. I'm having trouble understanding. If your deck has lots of synergy cards in it, a synergy card is cards that work with other cards in your deck together. You should not be playing typically reactive, interactive cards like this, because the Shang could be another card that discards cards, or it could be another card that pays me off for discarding cards. Also, thinking about the curve in a deck like this, which cards you're playing on which turns. You ask yourself, okay, when am I playing Shang-Chi? Generally speaking, Shang-Chi is a turn 5 or 6 play. Does this deck have other things that are synergistic that it wants to be playing on turns 5 and 6? Yes, we have MODOK and Apocalypse that we want to be playing on those turns. So it makes your deck less likely to execute its game plan early, and it also disrupts how you would want to fit things into your game plan late.
Oh, snap.
Shang-Chi and reactive tech cards like him are the types of cards that I would describe as having an emotional bias in favor of playing them. What in the heck do I mean by that? A card like Shang-Chi feels really good when you slam it down and it wins you the game outright because you slammed it down. However, for every game you win from just slamming Shang into play, there's other games that you often just won't remember where you lost because Shang-Chi was rotting in your hand instead of a synergy card that actually helped your deck function and win the game. So it's easy to feel like, oh, this card is valuable because it creates a memorable moment when it wins you the game. But at the same time, it's easy to forget about all of the times where you're like, man, that should have been something else that actually helped my deck function, and then I would have come out ahead here. Because I have the Dracula, maybe I wasn't supposed to... Maybe I wasn't supposed to MODOK last turn. Swarm twice Sif? Yeah, that could be it. They haven't played into here yet, right? They drew cards with Jane Foster, though. 9's probably not enough to win the left. I'm probably supposed to leave. I'm probably supposed to either leave or do this. This is probably what I'm supposed to do. It could also be right to put a Swarm on the right with their Dracula and then just have 17 over here. Let's do this and see how it ends up. Because Meek doesn't jump when Dracula happens. Meek is flying mid. He is not. Rip. Got him.
Victory.
Their deck. Yeah, probably some kind of Jane Jaw deck. I imagine they have Thor among other things there. My first game after playing Meek, I realized Black Cat didn't trigger my opinion of him greater. Yeah, that's fair. I am cautiously optimistic, Woody, that The OTA is going to end things up in a good spot. I will say, we should probably know after weekend missions where Blob ends up at, because, like, Blob Thanos is, like, the Scar deck it's going to recommend for a lot of people. We're definitely a little bit in the things are shiny and new state. Oh, chat, should I play Miko? Is that good? What if I Morbius and then Meek into MODOK next turn? I think I'm in it to win it.
Enough said, bub.
I am Apocalypse.
No, we start Meek mid, and then he jumps out, chat. This also creates uncertainty for my opponent and potentially gives us higher cube equity because they don't know our output range. Oh, I need to play out the swarms for Dracula. Shit. I was thinking I wanted to discard more cards, but you're right. Whoopsie poopsie. It's fine. Dracula's never missed a shot in his life. He's not going to start today. This is where I would put my undo all actions button if I had one. This gives Meek 2 more, and it gives Morbius 4 more. So we're plus 6 gamers.
I am reborn.
Yep, we deserve that. We deserve that. We win if we do it the right way. We would have been, still would have been it would have been 6 more here. The Meek would be here but be smaller. Yeah, we did the breaker. Our Drac would be 17. You have to have plans for an undo all action, but they do in fact have plans to make the undo all actions button work after you lock it at some point. I don't know where that's at in their priorities, but it does technically exist. Does Meek trigger before the locations? I think so. Hopefully we're about to find out. Infinite using Bastard Texas. Nice. I haven't had a chance to try that one again yet. I feel like it's probably just worse than Bounce right now, but I should probably give it some kicks for good measure. Bast Bounce was fun today. I do enjoy me some Bast. Wow, could have gotten rid of Rickety Bridge, but instead chose to let Meek risk his life. I tried it, was not impressed. Yeah, that deck is like mostly a metagame deck. So I would not be surprised to hear it feels clunky and bad. I think I'm waiting to Modoc. Oh, they're gonna Kyeria. Yeah, that's probably true. Oh, or they're Black Knight. Black Knight would make sense as well. All right, Meek. We'll see you next time, bud. Holy gamers! It's a fucking massacre! Oh no! Oh no! Alright, this deck's atrocious. Holy crap.
Escaped.
I think this is the worst deck with good stats I've ever pulled off of Untapped. Just like, no joke, I think this is the worst pile of cards I've ever played that's had somewhat serviceable stats on Untapped. Just complete pile of donkey doo-doo. The Annie deck. You tried the Quicksilver deck in Zola deck. I promise you, whatever fucked up statistical argument someone made to convince you to put Quicksilver in your Marvel Snap deck, some part of it is flawed. I don't need to hear it. I'm just gonna let you know that some part of it is incorrect. I know exactly which deck you're talking about. I saw it going around on Twitter. It's the Ravona, Arnim, Zola, Dakin, Dracula deck. And you should not be playing Quicksilver in it. You're just saying random cards. So I promise you there's a real deck like that. We played it on stream a couple of times. It's inconsistent and bad and loses to like a stray tech card. It loses to Magneto. It loses to Spider-Man. It loses to a Stiff Breeze. It's really neat and novel though. When it pops off, you like make 2 Dakids that are like 60 plus power, which is fun. Alright, now you're gonna make me pull the stats off of Untapped. Oh! Oh! How did I know? He hadn't even looked, chat, and he knew! It was in his brain that he knew! He knew what he was gonna see before he pulled it up. Holy shit! It's a real deck. Tell me more, tell me more. Do 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 ba ba do do ba ba do do ba ba do 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 do. Okay, and then remember how I said you could play the same deck without Quicksilver and it would be better? Here's a 4 times larger sample size that's still not good, but it's significantly better. So can we hammer that home? So this is the build that we had played on stream that's like novel and cute. And then this is that same build that someone put Quicksilver and some other bad cards into, called it a brew, and it was significantly worse. So. Yeah, but that's just statistics. So again, for clarity's sake, neither of those decks are good. But the one with Quicksilver is significantly worse. Both from a theory perspective and from a let's look at the numbers and see what actually happened perspective. Isn't this a bad deck stream? So this is where a lot of people who are bad at Marvel Snap and bad at building decks get confused with my content. My stream is not about playing shit decks that the theory of is bad. The thing that sparks joy from my stream is trying to play decks that aren't top tier, but at least have the decency to have some solid fucking game theory behind why they could maybe work. And are most of the decks that we play going to be shit? Yes. 100% most of the decks we play are going to end up being shit. That's just how brewing in these games works. Most of the time, you're gonna try something and you're gonna fail. But the goal always has and always will be trying to do something interesting that at least sounds good in theory. You explain how you simulated a large amount of blob draws. I used 30 lines of Python and simulated lots of blob draws. Oh, I was gonna say punished for not playing any sooner, but even if I had played any sooner, we would have missed here because of the way this worked out. That's why people net deck, they're afraid of failure and something that they made being not good. Correct. That is exactly the case. If you haven't failed, you haven't even really tried. So if they Ghost Rider me, they could hit Magneto and pull my voids to the left, and then we could hit them with the voids. Which is kind of funny. Otherwise, I'm 36-1. I'm 36 and 20-3, so I'm up 17. I'll live for one.
Minions to me.
Oh, come on! Come on! Never won a coin flip in my life. Certainly not about to start today, gamers. Rip. What was the verdict of the Dazzler bounce? I really enjoyed the Dazzler bounce deck. It felt both fun and competitive. Alright, I do not think this deck is good enough to play on the ladder. Let's try the Scar Werewolf deck. Had better luck with this one. Two six is pretty good. Accurate. Ooh, speaking of pretty good, I get to go Nico into Turn Forge into a Demon into Gladiator as a 10 power card. Holy. Hey, well, thanks for coming over and dropping off that Primos to Spike. Appreciate it. Every time you remember to click that button, it takes some real dollar reduced from Jeffrey Bezos and sends them my way. All right, unfortunately, my really good start can just never, ever beat a Killmonger in a million years. I think I'm gonna just proactively purge this Hulkbuster. It's worth noting that while hitting null feels good there, it does make them more likely to have their copy of... It makes them more likely to have their copy of Killmonger. Alright, I need to know. Do you have the card? I don't know if my body is ready to Doc-Ock them, have them not have the Killmonger yet, and then have them peel it off the top. They don't get a new hand, they don't have enough cards. Right on time, Arbor. Welcome to the party. Enjoy your stay. Alright, so what other cards does the Destroy deck play here? I lose to Arnim Zola. Other than that, looking pretty good. What are other real Marvel Snap cards they play that beat me? No, we killed Null with Gladiator. Deadpool's one of their cards. Sometimes these decks do play Alliath, that's true. They could have a Shag of their own, yep. Hadouken! Tech cards, fucked up tech cards, yeah.
Victory.
People always make fun of Dr. Octopus just because they feel bad. This is another one of those cards talking about emotional biases where people always remember the explicit negative I Doc-Ocked and he got shanged, but like being able to take their choices and sequencing away from your opponent is just so strong and it wins you so many games. You gotta be able to get past that emotional bias. Mr. K, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate the support. So we're taking a couple of buckaroos from Jeffrey Bezos and shipping them my way. I think Goliath being a second shag for so long doubled that feeling true. That's true, Binks. There was a little while there where you could also Goliath. I forgot about that window. Maybe I mentally blocked it out. We didn't forget, we explicitly removed it. I'm gonna forge on the Carmartage here, so that way if we peel Gladiator, we can play him on curve large. Think I'm supposed to vibe here? I think I put dog out and then dog will be 8 and then I can dock Ock to jump dog to 10 and then Scar will be 2 on the last turn. They discarded Scar and Magneto. Yikes.
Opponent snapped.
I'm gonna stay because I'm a fish. Glub glub. Okay, and they have 2 cards in their hand, and we are putting them both into play here. So let's find out. Yep. Yup. There might be something to this Dr. Octopus card, gamers. How do we clean up here? They have 1 card. It's Scar Armor, Floop the dog twice, right? I think this beats anything they do here, right? Thank you. Yeah, there's the
Victory.
Shadow King wins the left. Oh, he would, wouldn't he? I could do that instead of armor. No, does he win the left? Shadow King takes 2 off of each side. Although I guess he adds 2 as well. So we could have gone Scar into move the dog, Shadow King, move the dog some more. We've been playing this exact list card for card since the day Scar came out. Actually, what do this deck's global stats look like? Are they bad? This deck felt consistently reasonable to me, but my stats aren't real life for everyone. Honestly, that's better than I was expecting. Anytime we play something like this that's like pretty off meta and it has around a 50% with even marginal positive cubes, I'm like, yeah, that's fine. That'll do big. Is the Bass Patriot deck still slapping people? I had really good stats this morning. It's still inching down. This was, when this sample size was 400-ish games, this was at 0.35 cubes, but it's still solidly positive here. I would bet the average cubes here, based on the low win rate, are purely on the back of savaging people with Valkyrie. Valkyrie just gets so many 8-cube games in this deck. If you haven't seen this one in action, it's the highlight on the Hoaglandia Snap channel today. Real humans are doing okay with it, so that's nice. The Lord Axe, thank you for the brand new primer as well. Appreciate the support. We've had a few new subs today. If you enjoy the vibe of the channel, you should consider popping into our subscriber Discord server. We got a super active community in there for all things Marvel, Snap, and video games. Lots of other channels as well. Sports, politics, food, basically anything you could think of. Any sub for Gladiator. I think the only card you can kind of sub for Gladiator in this deck is, you can play like Jessica Jones or Rescue. You need an on-reveal card that Forge can forge up to 10 power. But those other cards don't let you go, wow, playing Mobius on Scar Mission Day. What a buzzkill. There is a thread for Genshin under the Gaming General section. There's a handful of games like Marvel Snap and Magic and Pokemon Unite that have dedicated channels, but all the non-Marvel Snap games that have dedicated channels predate threads existing in Discord as a feature. My Discord server is quite old. It's like 7 years at this point. So, we got shanged, but can we still win? I can do this. Oh, I could do this? No, it just doesn't work. Scar doesn't cost 4 because they have Mobius in play. The problem is I can't move. I have to move the dog twice. Oh, I could Shadow King right. Yeah, I could Shadow King right and then like Shang-Chi here, but the problem is this takes points off my dog. They could have just drawn a bad card, though. We come up a little bit short here because I had to kill my thing. Yeah, I think so. That's a good line from chat. Zero Minatuba right would have gotten him, yeah? Good catch. That would have put us to 13 in the center, and they can't play anything here. You played any new dagger yet? Yeah, she's fine. Nothing super impressive. Loses a Jeff tiebreaker, though. Well, if they move Jeff, Atuma dies, would he?
Enough said, bub.
For those that weren't here earlier when we looked at stats, Alioth Destroy is a thing.
Enough said, bub.
God, this Grand Central sucks for us.
Enough said, bub.
Hopefully it pulls Shadow King here. Okay, so we high rolled here, and their next card that they play gets destroyed by Nico. So giddy up. Even if they have death plus null, they'd have to kill the death. And they have their whole deck, so they like have death null. I think their death is free. Do they not realize this is getting decode? They must not, right? That'll do, big. That'll do. All right. Looks like it's time for some ad birds, gamers. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're going to finish up our Scar missions with this. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. How late am I going for today? I haven't decided yet. Metrics are reasonable. I'm feeling pretty good.
Oh, snap.
We'll probably finish our Scar missions at a minimum. Maybe we'll play one more after. Should we pour over some untapped data to end the day? Or maybe after we finish with Scar, see what's looking good? I need to go through data so I can prep a best decks video for tomorrow anyways. We could do some of that on stream. Afternoon, Presto. Yeah, we're gonna be here for a minute. I took off Wednesday this week because of the state of the format, so I don't want to do short days. Make sure we get our hours in. I'm gonna be off this weekend. We've got some things we're doing with the kids this weekend, so I won't be live again until Monday. So we're gonna get solid session in today. This is my favorite Magic expansion. Return to Ravnica.
Oh, snap.
Snap Nico into Forge on the Abbey.
Victory.
Cleaning up these Scar missions, gamers. Yes, next week we'll be doing lots of hours. Drops start on Wednesday. Alright, my plan for drops is the same as always. Gonna stream a bunch of, as much as humanly possible. Do you still play Magic with friends? No, I stopped making Magic content because Magic the Gathering no longer makes the same game that I once enjoyed playing for many decades. I didn't just stop playing because metrics got bad. I stopped playing because it was no longer enjoyable for me personally. There's still plenty of people that enjoy the game for what it is today, and more power to them, but it's decidedly lost what made it special for me personally.
Opponent snapped. Escaped.
In Genshin, should I level up my main character like the person that you start as? You should definitely take whichever character is your on-field DPS in Genshin and level them to the max that you can level for your thing. As far as like long-term playability, there are certain iterations of the main character that are fine to play as if you enjoy them. The other thing to keep in mind is that because Genshin's just a single-player game, you can kind of use any characters you just like the look and playstyle of for any of the regular content. Like once you have characters built, like you could probably pick 4 fully built characters at random on my account and do story and overworld content with it and have it not be a big deal. This is the +2 mode, right? So that's perfect. So we'll play that, and then Gladiator will get to be a 10 power thing. This is why Gladiator is really important for this archetype. Is Nico's plus and Forge plus let Gladiator be a 10 power thing, which reduces our Scar. Against the average Jeff deck, I think I want a Gladiator with the trigger. That could bite us, but... And they lost their Shay. Got him. one important distinction that we see here with Nico versus what's his name is that when you Nico Gladiator, he does not get the +2 till after he fights, whereas Forge is the opposite. I think it's armor here, 0 here. Absolutely, BNAG. Thank you for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that.
Snap.
I want to snap him. How much are new heroes and characters in terms of USD? Similar to Marvel Snap, there really isn't a clean, easy calculation for that in Genshin. There's also a bit of variance depending on how lucky you are. Is that Snap's intended function, or is that a bug? No, I believe that's working as intended, but it can be a little confusing. So, generally speaking, the opponent's archetype does not play Killmonger. And we got rid of their Shang, and they haven't triggered Black Knight. In theory, they could Lady Sif plus Ghost Rider, but neither of those things happen on the right side of the game board. Let's do this, because this covers Jeff moving to the right, and it gives me 5 more here in the center. Miss Marvel's a card to play around. Yeah, perhaps. Rip. I was like, oh, we're good because they lost the Marvel bonus, but Shang gets the Gladiator. Oof. She's still very good in the decks that she's good in. The Black Knight's the best Miss Marvel deck by far. Yeah, I believe that. She's really absurd at 2 energy. There might be little enough blob in this format now that I could try playing the Miss Marvel She-Hulk Darkhawk double up deck again. How often are you zeroing Doc Ock? Not often. Zero's a 1/3 that moves Wolf on the last turn, or you zero a Tuma is usually what happens. A lot of the decks in this format, Doc Ock is pretty solid into. So this might be crazy, call me maybe. But can I win the game with the cards that I have in my hands? Do I need to play these Widow's Bites out? I'm not sure that I do. Well, I'm really glad we didn't play the Widow's Bites now. Crazy like a fox, chat, or just crazy? one of those two, certainly. They're definitely a Shang-Chi deck, right? You know how you can tell they're a Shang-Chi deck, chat? They're playing Marvel Snap. If you're ever wondering if your opponent's a Shang-Chi deck, just ask yourself, are they playing Marvel Snap? I honestly genuinely wonder if this card's gonna see another change. Like 40% is just so much. I don't know, maybe they've gutted Blob now and he's gonna go down, but honestly, I think he's better with Blob being worse. Like, the card wasn't that good into Blob. Brenthor, thanks for the entire year. Welcome back. Get your sword to go with that shield. Shane could be a 1-4. Yeah, I honestly, Woody, at a minimum, I'm surprised they haven't done that. I feel like it's really weird that he has... It's really weird that he has so many stats. Alright, so we need a copy of armor. I feel compelled to brag on Nico's design periodically because it's amazing that a card that released with that much text hasn't needed an adjustment since release. So, I think Nico's lack of adjustment is in part due to how much text she has. Like, Nico's a really... In fact, how far up is she on that card list I just looked at? It's Shang at the tippy top, obviously. Oh, she's actually further down than I thought. She's at 17%, though. I guess she's quite lower than a lot of these other things. Oh, I can't sort by popularity. I wish Untapped let me click on popularity to sort by. Nico as a 1-1 still gets played. So the problem with making Nico a 1... I think making Nico a 1-1 would be a mistake. Because making Nico a 1-1 makes one of her spells significantly worse. Yeah, the 2x ability is not like... If you're like, part of Nico's kit is too strong, let's gut the 2x ability, like that ain't it. I was honestly expecting Nico to get adjusted down to only drawing one card. I think you still play Nico if she only draws one card. Drawing even a singular card in Marvel Snap is really good. That being said, Nico's my favorite card in the game. We can stop talking about needing to gut her, please, chat. Leave her alone. She did nothing wrong. Leave Nico alone. Leave her alone! I think I'm just playing Shadow King on curve. Of all the cards in this game, Nico is not the... Yeah, I think Nico is pretty well balanced. I agree with the general sentiment that she shouldn't be touched. She's precious, and we must defend her at all costs. All right. Ready to empty him out, Dr. Octopus?
Doom rules all.
Yikes! That's definitely the worst of Dr. Octopus has gone today.
Escaped.
I remember you saying something along the lines in your Magic days, I want fewer Uros and more Is-It charms, and Nico feels like Snaps Is-It charm. Yes, 100%. Nico is a dynamic, flexible, modal card. It is a card whose utility changes a lot, and it allows you a good deal of skill expression around using that utility to its maximum effect. Magic is a weird analogy. She would essentially be a colorless Is-It charm. I mean, that's because you're trying to draw up comparisons that don't make sense. I completely agree with the commenter that Nico is the equivalent to a modal flexible card. Probably a bounce stack. I don't play Mobius out. They're beast fed. Trying to decide, do I want Nico at the end of the game? I'm not sure. Let's say no. Let's just play her out for 4 stats. Bounce scheming. If you're missing Gladiator, you could replace him with Rescue or Jessica Jones, but I do think they are a solid step down. However, if you're just looking for something kind of sweet to do your weekend missions in Conquest, it's probably fine. Or Scar will go down to 2 energy next turn here, he says, before getting Shang-Chi'd. They have 7 cards in their hands. The odds of getting Shang seems pretty low. They're playing it. It's only going to be 1 in 4 here. Well, they're a Cloak gamer. Okay, so I don't think they can reposition Vulture again. So this is definitely happening. And then we'll Scar here, 0 here. I'm gonna be at 11 here. Which ties if they move Hercules. Yeah, I kind of don't hate doing this. And then Hercules will kick Zabu out, and then Nico. Nico will stay and we'll win all 3. Wow, way to hit my cap, bud.
Victory.
Trying to fit Werewolf into this deck seems really ambitious. Unless is their last card like Zabu, maybe? No, they've got to be playing. No, they have Nico. Yeah, I don't know. Clintar ate my Cerebro card, gave me a symbiote with the buff power. Yeah, it's worked like that for a long time now. That's been for a little bit. I think the move bounce decks have legs just because the bounce package is good. I think Hercules continues to look like crap inside of them every time I see them played, though. I don't know that I want to armor, because I kind of want a Gladiator next turn. Does Daredevil see where you play the real Mysterio? He does not. I guess I'm just playing Werewolf, but I'm not happy about it. If Gladiator bites off more than he can chew, I need to be able to Shang. That's gonna try and win this flip, I think. Rip.
Wind, aid my hand.
We beat that, right? Because of where the dog ends up? We deco the 0 to shrink the hawk. I thought about it. But there is a possibility that we could have played to win the right still with the Sinister London, so I think that's fine. Which card do you have the most variance of? I actually don't know the answer to that question. There's not really a good way to filter it. It's not something I keep track of.
This land can never be fully known.
That's true. There are definitely cards that have way more variance than others. God, it's hideous, chat. Weird World is an offensive location. I should not be forced to play with cards of this quality and this artwork. Good one for them to lose.
Oh, snap.
2-1, thanks for the 10 months. Welcome back. If you Nico and then destroy 0 with the wolf jump, it does, yeah. So when the card gets transformed into a demon, it doesn't jump to it, but when it gets destroyed, it does jump. Similar to Death's Domain or Luke's Bar. The confusion is when you turn an on reveal into a demon, the dog doesn't move. All right, Mr. Octopus. This is a little dangerous against our deck. Oh, I guess I might have just pulled their Atuma into the armor path, huh? Oh, no! Oh, no! I've made a terrible mistake, Chip.
Escaped.
You know, people talk a lot about Shang-Chi being the worst thing that happens with your Dr. Octopus, but no joke, Doctor Doom is actually the worst thing you could pull with him. Because when you pull a Doctor Doom or Doctor Doom and like Vision, cards that they get to play all across the board, so you can't just like bail out of his path. Because at least when your Doc Ock gets Shang-Chi'd, you, when the Doc Ock gets Shang-Chi'd, you can still just, like, you disrupted their resources and can bail out. Well, they're a Thanos deck, so I assume we're dead here. Whew, allergic to blob. That's a lovely draw. Get that bare minimum, baby, chat. He's so little. It's actually a buff because it would have been nice if we got rid of their whole deck here. So Scar is currently bugged where Scar's discount applies after Wave's discount. They fixed one bug and created another one with it last time. So I really wanted to redraw Sheng there. Vision, unfortunately, means I have to leave because they're a Shang-Chi deck.
Escaped.
It's funny, the way that game worked out, we probably would have won it if they, if we would have had old Blob. Blob did not eat Shang. It ate Thanos, Jeff, and a couple of stones. It's unfortunate. Well, I mean... Drawing Vibranium is actually kind of okay for us, right? Because they're gonna play to beat 10 over here, I wager. Steal the right. Am I going in hard there? Yeah, perfect. Write them like a book, gamers.
Victory.
Thanks for the quake. All right, we've wrapped up my weekend missions, and I think with that, I'm gonna go ahead and kick off my weekend. It's almost 3:30. We're gonna be checking out. I'll have a best decks video breaking down the metagame up on the Hoaglandia Snap channel tomorrow. We'll have various deck highlights up on the Jeff Hoagland channel over the weekend, and with more on the main edits channel next week. I'll be back live again Monday morning, bright and early. Let's find someone still streaming some Marvel Stamp over here on the Twitch side to read when we sign off, huh? Wow, since we landed Rolk. Let's go ahead and send you over his way. He's great.